From giant otters to hippos, greater flamingos to jaguars, red kangaroos to dingoes, and saltwater crocodiles to capuchin monkeys, welcome aboard this river safari adventure. My name is the Lady Designer, and this is a one-of-a-kind Planet Zoo experience. A complete boat ride through lush tropical biomes, where every bend in the river reveals another breathtaking view. You'll travel through open grasslands, deserts, dense jungle foliage, and vibrant wetlands, each bursting with surprises. From crossing bridges to underwater tunnels, tropical islands, waterfalls, and underwater viewings where wildlife swims right beside you. This journey is filled with moments you won't forget. This supercut brings together the entire river safari adventure built into one seamless ride from start to finish, including of course the safari Onride video at the end. And even though this incredible tropical project is now complete, I'm still creating lots of fresh Planet Zoo content. So if you enjoyed this video and find it inspiring, please leave a like and subscribe so you won't miss my latest builds, tutorials, franchise mode adventures, community zoo tours, and more. And before we jump in, a quick shout out to the sponsor of our channel, Instant Gaming. They offer all Planet Zoo packs at amazing discounts. And by purchasing through their website, you will get a great deal and you'll also be supporting the channel. You can find a link in the description of this video and in the pinned message of the comment section so you can easily find it. So whether you're here for fresh tropical safari habitat ideas, relaxing Planet Zoo gameplay, or just want to enjoy a cozy river safari from the comfort of your sofa, just sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride at our river safari boat ride adventure. Hey guys, and thank you so much for tuning into my channel. My name is the Lady Designer, and we are here with a new short series where we're going to build a safari boat ride in a tropical biome. And this one is a little bit different than the normal speed builds we do on the channel. This whole speed build series is going to be recorded on Twitch, which means I'm going to take my time. I'm not going to make any planning or schedule or anything like that. When I have an episode done, I will upload it to YouTube, but it will be less frequent than the City Zoo series we have going on or the Franchise Zoo series. So it's awesome nonetheless, but it will be less frequent on the channel. And of course, if you want to see me building in this safari boat ride zoo, definitely follow me on Twitch. I stream on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Well, next week with the Australia pack, I will stream on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. But other than that, always Monday, Wednesday, and Friday on Twitch at 8 p.m. CEST. And yeah, just join it if you would like to have a little talk and want to see me doing these builds in slow mode. I hear a lot of people saying that they learned so much from me during the live stream. So yeah, if you're new to Planet Zoo, I might be able to help you out a little bit. Or also just join my Discord server if you ever need any help. There are a lot of lovely people out there that are happy to help you out if you ever need any tips or advices, or just in general some key tips or anything like that. Definitely just join my Discord server. So this first habitat is dedicated to the capuchin monkey, and the reason for that is because I just really wanted to play around a little bit with vines, and of course the little monkeys are awesome climbers, and I just really wanted to have some kind of experience above the boat with some vines, with running monkeys from one side to the other side. So that is why I chose the capuchin monkey as the first habitat animal. Now this series is only going to be a safari boat ride, nothing more, at least not what is the plan right now. I only am planning to create an awesome boat ride with a cool experience from the boat itself. I might just upload it later to the workshop and you guys can do whatever you want with it. If you want to create a whole zoo around it, then you are free to do so when it's all finished. But this is, at least for now, the plan. I just want to create a cool boat safari for just an awesome experience and to see how everything will work out with the boat safari itself and with the animals and stuff. So yeah, I'm really excited to do something different. Also, the reason because I started this series is because I normally always streamed City Zoo, which first of all just gave me a little bit more pressure because I do have a schedule for that on YouTube. So I always got a little bit in trouble with my own planning and it didn't really work out. And at some point, the zoo is just getting too big, and it's pretty doable to still record for you guys and to build in that zoo. But if you're also streaming and recording at the same time, you can tell my computer is like, I don't really like this always. So yeah, it was just a good timing to just start something new and something more exclusive for Twitch. So the habitat has different islands. As I said, I wanted to use the vines in my advantage, so I really want them to walk from one side to the other side. So there are in total like 3 islands. Well, one is the main island where the keeper has its gate because, well, we do need a keeper to give them food and stuff. So the first island also has a feeder for them and a fruit pike, and that is it, I think. And on the other island, one has a tree hut with like a lot of hay beddings, so the Capuchin monkeys can have a little rest on that little island. And then on the other island, we also have a water pipe for them to drink and some sprinklers for some enrichment. So yeah, I really try to focus on giving every island its own purpose to make sure that the monkeys would go from one side to the other side. So that's just really cool. And obviously this is all going to be a jungle tropical vibe, so it still has that little touch, of course, of being in a potential zoo, but it also really just looks like it has been built in some kind of natural, more environment already being there when they started building the boat safari. So yeah, around the whole boat ride is going to be very lush and beautiful with a lot of green and a lot of trees and bushes. And of course, we're going to play around a lot with the rocks. We're going to create tunnels. And unfortunately, the boat ride cannot go up or down like you see in some real zoos. But still, we're gonna try to make something awesome out of it and mostly keep it natural, but still try to give every habitat something unique or something special on its own. So the next habitat is going to be a Jaguar habitat. This was the most voted on during a poll we did during the live stream. So yes, another Jaguar habitat on the channel, but I don't really mind because I just love the jaguars. So they will have some kind of cave area with a small little waterfall, some hay beddings, and also an open area with a bigger waterfall. And just a very nice and beautiful lush area where the boat will drive through. And also where the jaguars can just swim around the boat. I think that's just super fun and more like a realistic feeling instead of like a zoo being like super over on safety and that kind of stuff. But we just pretend that the jaguar is not able to climb the boat, which it also can't in the game. So yeah, that's the only thing, but I think it just looks really cool. We tried around to play with some fences, but I just really didn't like the look of it. So that's why it's now more of an open water area. So yeah, you guys will just see that in the next episode. Of course, stay tuned for that. And of course, subscribe if you want to stay updated with this series or any other series. I mean, this Australia pack is coming up very soon, so I'm super excited for that. We're definitely going to cover it a lot on the channel. So yeah, as I said, the Australia pack is launching next week, so I made sure that the Jaguar habitat is already finished. So I am completely ready right away on Tuesday to start streaming the Australia pack. And I definitely want to start with adding the koalas and the kangaroos. I think those are the 2 most favorite animals for me in this pack. So I am just really excited to start building a habitat for them. I'm really curious to see how the koala is going to look. And the kangaroos is going to be super excited to do something with a safari boat ride. So that's going to be challenging, but I am really up for that challenge. So really look forward to build something awesome for them. But of course, we're also going to add all the Australian animals in our city zoo we have going on the channel, and also for our franchise mode series. I mean, hey, we have a desert franchise, so it will be really weird to not add them in our desert franchise. So I'm super excited for just in general the Australia pack and adding these awesome, amazing animals in our zoos. It's gonna be super awesome. And of course, I'm just really excited to see the fur variations of the free update and to see what kind of animals will have different colors in our current zoo. So that's also going to be very excited. I really look forward to see more of that. So without further talking, please do enjoy the rest of this speed build video. And at the end of this video, I will get back to you guys to show you guys around. So here we are with the first habitat of our safari boat ride. We have a station right over here, and I'm probably going to replace this in a later stage, but I just needed a starting point, so don't pay too much attention to that. So as you can tell, the boat ride is going right underneath the vines. I did that intentionally. Obviously, in real life, you would have the risk that the capuchin monkey would jump on the boat itself, but that doesn't happen in Planet Zoo, else I would have put it up higher. I wonder if that's even possible. Like, I'm pretty sure that there are naughty monkeys that would jump onto the boat. So yeah, they better not. They better not. So, why are you standing in the water, my friend? So, okay, they have 2 vines going to this first island, and this first island is with the sprinklers and the water pipe, and it just looks really cute and lush. As I said, like, I really want to have this tropical, beautiful vibe going on all the habitats in the end. I just really look forward to build something like that. And this is just really cool. They actually use the sprinklers, of course, and the water pump on this side. And it's just a lot of fun to see those monkeys going around. We're not going to do any boat ride POV just yet. We're going to save that for the end, of course. So that's going to be the end surprise of the series, I guess. So they have a food right over here. There is a fruit pike. I'm not really sure if they're able to reach this one because I feel like there's no one ever eating here, but that's a side note. So they can also, well, this is just an area that the guests won't really see, of course. They can climb up here and they climb all the trees, of course, and they have this mobile enrichment item just to make sure that they also sometimes walk on this higher level area. And then there is also vines going to this particular island, and this island has also water pump, by the way, and they're sleeping in a water pump. Oh, right, isn't that weird? I'm just gonna delete it. So yeah, they have this tree hut right over here, and in the tree hut they can have a little nap and just enjoy some rest and some more privacy of the guests, of course. It's really cool to see them all up in here, and it just looks really beautiful from here. Yeah, I'm really happy how this has turned out. So these are the vines for that specific island, but they are also able to jump from one island to the other island, but they don't do that so often, I think. I at least, oh well, okay, there they go. I should not lie, they're all using this. They're all jumping from one side to the other side. I do have to say that the jumping animations are definitely more improved. It still looks a little bit static, but it's not as bad as it was when the game launched. I was really disappointed a little bit in how they jumped, but this definitely looks so much better now. They really improved those animations. And so yeah, it's just really, really cool. And of course, in the back, you can see a little glimpse of the Jaguar habitat. But that is not what we're going to show just yet. That is for the second episode of this boat safari ride. So do let me know in the comment section down below what you guys think of this first boat safari ride episode. Leave a like at the video if you guys enjoyed, and tell me what is the animal you are looking forward to the most of the Australia pack. For me, it's definitely koala and the kangaroo, and I'm looking forward to hear your opinions on that. Subscribe, of course, if you haven't already, and if you want to support the channel a little extra, you may want to consider to become a fave member with the link down in the description. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I really hope to see you guys all in the next one. Bye guys! Hey guys, and thank you so much for tuning into my channel. My name is the Lady Designer. We are back with another boat safari ride episode. So this is the second episode. If you missed the first one, we added the capuchin monkey. I highly recommend you to watch that one if you haven't seen it yet. So the second episode is for the jaguars. This is voted on by my viewers that were watching this live stream, because I'm building this whole ride during my live streams on Twitch. So if you want to join any of the live streams, definitely go and check out the link in the description to my Twitch channel. So we're starting off with a cave-ish section for the jaguars to have some shelter, and also to sleep, and also to climb a little bit. So we added a little waterfall and also like a small little river section. Well, I don't really think you can call it a river section, but it's like a really
small water section from one side to the glass of the big river to the indoor section, or it's not even an indoor section, just the shelter area for the jaguar underneath the rocks, I guess. So they also have some leaves instead of hay bedding, so you barely notice there are some leaves, but it's really cool to see the jaguars sleeping on the inside of the glass, so that is really awesome. And we also have like this fake stream above the waterfall. Well, it's like a really small waterfall. But I also added some logs over that waterfall for the jaguars to fulfill their climbing need and to have the feeling that there is like some branches falling over the waterfall itself. So that is really cool. They actually really use it in the game, so I really like that. And after that, we go and start building a more open outdoor area, if you can call it that way. So a really big area. And again, my viewers voted for whether or not we're going to add a waterfall or not in that more open section too, and they all said yes, we really want to see another waterfall in this area. So we have a bigger waterfall on the other side of the habitat. And because like there was this issue with electric fences, well, not per se electric fences, but the jaguars love to swim. So what do you do when you have this river boat ride going through a habitat and you don't want to have like glass fences all over the habitat? They will actually swim and escape. So we had this issue with like first adding some electric fences like really low because I didn't want the jaguars to escape, obviously. So but if you put it too low, they could either from one side just jump from the terrain all over the fence into the water, or they were just able to climb over it. So you had to raise it up a lot in order to make sure that they won't be able to escape. So that was quite an issue and it really annoyed me at first. So in the end, I deleted the whole electric fence, and I will show you guys in a little bit how we fixed this to make sure that it still feels like a more natural boat ride without those weird fences in the water cutting things off. I just really didn't like that. So something else we did with the waterfall, something I also did during my South America dome in my city zoo, I used the mist particles. Sometimes it's just really nice to use some mist particles to create some kind of misty feeling with the waterfall, and I think for this tropical environment it definitely fits. So I really like that we added some mist particles to just give a little bit more to the environment and to give a little bit more ambiance to it. So yeah, as I said, I removed the electric fences in a later stage, which were cutting off the path between the jaguar habitat and the boat ride. So I had to close everything off on the other side of the river. So first I started off with a lot of nature, like a lot of rocks and some trees and a lot of overhanging trees, because you really want to get like this jungle feeling vibe going on. But obviously the jaguar, as I said, loves to swim, so the issue was that the jaguar was really escaping so often, and they were even able to escape from the sides where you have like the boat ride coming into the habitat, to put it that way. So yeah, we had to use a lot of the elephant grass to make sure that the jaguar would not be able to escape anymore. It took me quite a long time to make sure that all the escape points from all these sides, and also with the trees where they were able to climb on, to fix everything and to make it jaguar safe proof. The only thing now is that the jaguars are basically just able to swim around the whole boat if they want to. So that could be more of a reference to realism, like obviously in real life, if you would go with a boat through a jungle, you would not have any fences to make sure that the jaguar would not be able to swim around the boat. So yeah, I think it's just a really cool feature in the end. So and lastly, we also added some kind of rock gate, I think, or rock gate bridge, how you want to call it, just to give like a little bit of a scene overflow between the jaguar and the capuchin monkey. I think that is the best way to explain it. I will show you guys around, of course, at the end of this video. But overall, I'm really happy with how this habitat has turned out. I think it's very beautiful and lush with a lot of different types of flowers to give them color variations in, and just to make sure that the jaguars would not be able to escape anymore. It was quite a challenge, but I'm actually really proud that we managed to fix that in a later stage, and it was just overall a lot of fun to build this habitat. So the next habitat is going to be a habitat for the koalas, because that was the first day that we had our hands on the Australia pack. So I was super excited to finally start some koalas in. I might, because that is a very small habitat, and after that we also did the kangaroo, so I might put these two in one video, so 2 habitats in one video the next time. But as I said, like, I'm doing this on my relaxing own time on Twitch, so I'm not going to push myself on any schedule for uploading on YouTube, so just stay tuned. It will be probably once every 2 weeks, maybe once every 3 weeks. Whenever I am ready to upload anything, then you will see a new episode. And as I said, if you want to just see it live on Twitch, we have some really lovely and amazing live streams with a lovely community. Definitely just join my Twitch and yeah, come and watch my live streams. It's just a lot of fun, and really hope you guys will all enjoy. And if you just want to watch some speed builds, then obviously just be patient, and they will be uploaded to YouTube in a later stage, so don't worry about that too much. So yeah, without further talking, please do enjoy the rest of this speed build video, and I will see you guys at the end of this video to show you guys around. Alright, so from the Capuchin habitat, you go with your boat through this gate bridge, as I said, rocky gate bridge, I'm not really sure how to call it. So these are the elephant grass I mentioned in the speed build video to make sure that the Jaguar is not able to swim through here, so that is how you can avoid that. So this is the first area, the cave-ish area, for the Jaguar to be able to have a sleep and stay dry from the rain if it starts to rain, because well, we're in a tropical environment, so it can pour rain every now and then. And but yeah, the Jaguar has like these awesome logs right over here going over this small little waterfall and doing some moonwalking and stuff, yeah. And so yeah, this is basically their climbing need on this side, but we also have the same on the other side. And as I mentioned, there are like leaf beddings right over here for them to sleep pretty up close to the boat ride right over here. And I really like this extension of the water section on two sides. So yeah, I really like this indoor section, and obviously those fences and stuff you won't really see from the boat ride itself because they're pretty, well, not really obvious. So, and you pretty much drive past pretty fast. So yeah. So from the indoor section, we go to this beautiful outdoor section. I just really, really love this viewing from here, like with all these trees hanging over. I really love how this is looking, and it's just super lush and tropical. And as you can see, also over here, they're already using the logs as I intended. So we have some logs right over here for them for some time. What just happened? Right, okay. This is hilarious. I don't know what happened, but since the update, some really weird things happen. But we just enjoy it, and we just pretend it should be like this, I guess. So yeah, we have this waterfall right over here. And of course, like just a very lush and beautiful environment. And obviously there is a gate right over here, which we're going to change a little bit, but the guests will not really see it when you pass by. It's like super fast. And yeah, it's just really hoping to get a glimpse of the Jaguar. And as I mentioned, they can also just, yeah, swim right around the boat right over here. And we had to make sure again that the Jaguar is not able to escape on this side. So we used a lot of elephant grass for that again. And they also had like these escaping points right over here on the rocks. But we fixed that in a later stage with the Koala habitat. But overall, this is just looking really, really beautiful, jungly and lush on that side. But obviously the main feature for this habitat is on this side of the habitat. So some habitats will have like things going over from one side to the other side, and some habitats will just have one side features. So it's going to be a little bit different along the way with the habitats. And in a later stage, I'm also thinking to do a little bit more building. So not only nature, like how many rocks do you want? Yes. But there are so many other things I would love to do with this boat ride. But we're just going to wait and see how this will end up. But so far I'm really extremely happy with how this one is looking. And for those that are wondering how many animals I'm going to add in this ride, I have no idea. I have no plan or whatsoever. Most of the animals will be picked by the viewers and my subscribers on Twitch. So yeah, we're just gonna wait and see. If I'm finished, I'm finished. Okay, there you go. You see the Jaguar right now swimming right over here. But yeah, we're finished when we're finished, and maybe it's like 10 animals, maybe it's 15. I'm not going to build like a whole zoo around it. So something like that, but it's gonna be a shorter series than the other series we have going on. So yeah, let me know in the comment section down below what you guys think of this new Jaguar habitat in our boat safari episode. Leave a like at the video if you guys enjoyed. Subscribe, of course, if you haven't already. And if you want to support the channel a little extra, you may want to consider to become a FaveFam member with the link down in the description. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I really hope to see you guys all in the next one. Bye guys! Hey guys, and thank you so much for tuning into my channel. My name is The Lady Designer. We are back with another safari boat ride episode. And in this episode, we're going to build a koala and a kangaroo habitat, or actually two kangaroo habitats at both sides of the track. So if you want to stay up to date with this series or any of my other Planet Zoo series, please do make sure to subscribe if you haven't already, and please make sure to leave a like at the video because it really does help out my channel. Thank you guys so much in advance. Okay, so we're starting off with the koala habitat right here, and this koala habitat is very small because the koala doesn't really need that much space, and obviously we're going to make it very lush and beautiful with a lot of flowers, bushes and trees, and of course with a lot of rocks. How many rocks do we want? Yes! And I made sure that the boat ride itself has more of a narrow track because I feel like sometimes you have to experiment a little bit and make some variations with the boat ride. Like sometimes it has like more open area, sometimes a more narrow area, and I really liked it to have it a little bit more narrow for the koala section in this case. And also we had to make sure, of course, that the jaguars are not able to reach the koalas. They never probably saw any koalas in their real life. So yeah, we have to make sure that they don't see each other. So also to make sure that the jaguars are not like interested to get over there and eat some cute little koalas, because that is the last thing we want that to happen. And of course, I was really searching for the right trees to make sure that we have a beautiful overhang over the boat ride with the trees and like the branches hanging over a little bit where the koalas could still be able to climb. So yeah, in the end, I ended up with this tree. I have no idea how the name is of the tree, but it looks just really stunning and beautiful, and it's just amazing to see the koalas climbing in that tree and being above the safari boat ride. I think it's just super amazing. So yeah, a very lush but small habitat for the koalas. With a small habitat, you don't really have too much work to do, so that's why I'm going to combine this video with the kangaroo habitat. So the kangaroo habitat will start in a bit, but you will see like the boat ride going through the habitat, and as I mentioned, on the left side and on the right side we have two different habitats for the kangaroos. Now the kangaroos are not really that tropical animals, so they like a more desert, aka more sandy area for the kangaroo. So it still feels tropical, of course, because we are in a tropical biome, but I really tried to add a bit less of plants and stuff and really create a more open area for the kangaroos in this case. And both sides are pretty much the same type of biome and really feels like one habitat, but obviously in this case the kangaroos can't swim. But what I heard is that the kangaroos in real life would be able to swim. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that is what I've heard. But Frontier chose to not have the kangaroos swim in the game, so yeah, that's why I was able to do it like this with two different habitats on both sides. I do have to say, if you don't know yet, this is all streamed on Twitch, so I'm recording this on Twitch, and so yeah, sometimes the footage is maybe a little bit different than you're used to from other series on my channel. But if you want to see this all in live and slow build, definitely join my Twitch streams. They're a lot of fun, and you can find me on Twitch, The Lady Designer, of course, just like I'm named here, and I stream there 3 days a week, so Monday, Wednesday and Friday most of the time. So definitely come and say hi for change. That will be amazing, of course. And if you just like to see the speed builds on YouTube, well, here you are. You will see it on YouTube, but there's not really a strict planning or anything like once a week or once every 2 weeks. I will upload whenever I am ready with a video, and I just want to also enjoy the live streams with everyone being there, of course. So let me just answer a few questions that I got in the previous Safari Boat Ride episode. One of the questions I get a lot is, will we see a POV of the boat ride? Of course you will see that, but not during the build of the whole boat ride. So I will do a video completely of the POV out of the boat itself when the whole ride is finished. So We're gonna have something that is still a surprise at the end of this series, of course. But in the end of this video, I'm going to show you guys around just like we normally do, of course. So stay tuned for that. And someone else got a really cool suggestion in the comment section. I have a suggestion. I'm not sure what your plan is with the design, but I was thinking, what if you did a crocodile alligator island in the middle of the water? Then they could have a little exhibit space with land and also swim around everywhere and by the boats while the people were still able to ride around and see the other exhibits as well. Just an idea I thought would be cool. Love your work. Thank you so much for the suggestion. I really like the idea of having some kind of saltwater crocodile or maybe a gharial island in the middle and having like a round water section where the boat could drive around. I really do like that idea. I actually didn't think of it. So I'm definitely going to try and do something like that because I just really love that idea. I'm not really sure if I'm going to add any exhibits though towards the whole boat ride. I don't really feel like it really fits, although someone else commented on one of the last videos also like you could do like a cave with like exhibits in there. I do like that idea, but other than that, I'm not really sure. I'm not the biggest fan of the exhibits overall in the game. I think they're just yeah, they're fun for franchise mode to earn some money with, but for me, they don't really interest me too much. But that is obviously personal. I'm just more of a fan of the habitat and bigger animals overall in the game. But thank you so much again for that suggestion. I really do like this idea with like an island with crocodiles in the middle and having also a gate probably going through or underneath the ground and having like an entrance in the island itself to make sure that the keepers are still able to reach it. I really am up for that challenge. I really do like that idea. So thank you so much again for that suggestion. So someone else commented, can the keepers go everywhere? The answer to that is no. If you look at the Capuchin monkey habitat as an example, you have 3 different islands, with one island being able to reach for the keepers, but the other 2 islands are not able to be reached by the keepers. So I think the poop just vanishes. It's also sandbox mode. So no one is complaining in this sandbox series that the habitats aren't clean or anything. But I have the feeling that somehow Frontier made sure that if the keepers are not able to reach a certain area in any way, that it just fixes itself and the poo will fall into the ground or like something like that. I'm not really sure if that is true, but that is the feeling I have actually since ever the start of playing the game. Like if they're not really able to reach it because of an island or anything like that, I have the feeling the game fixes it automatically. But do correct me if I'm wrong. I really would love to hear if you had issues with this and you were forced to add a bridge or anything to your islands. I'm super curious to hear more about that. And someone else was asking me, can you share these habitats on the Steam workshop? Now, honestly, I am not really someone that uploads a lot to the workshop. I mostly do that when I have my zoo finished and I upload the zoo file. And sometimes I upload a few of the habitats if I'm able to, or sometimes a few of the buildings if I'm able to. But I'm saying if I'm able to because a lot of times there are just so many issues with just uploading a habitat build. Like in this case, you have like a water section in between, which I'm not really able to add in the blueprint. And it also always is a little bit messy when I try to upload my things to the workshop. Like it's not really set in stone that it's just like, oh yeah, here's a fence around it and everything inside is part of your blueprint. My habitats are always like a mixture of like nature around it and like not having the fence going all around the habitat, so not everything is part of the blueprint. I don't know, I'm just not really a fan of uploading these more, well, it's not really complicated, but it's more complicated if you want to put them down. It's not like as easy as a standard blueprint that you have in the game that you can use. So yeah, I always feel a little bit like meh, I don't really want to upload my things to the workshop separately. I rather just upload my complete zoos instead. But I do understand that a lot of people would love to use a little bit more of my blueprints, but I'm just not really into like putting an hour into uploading one habitat just to make sure that everyone is able to use it and it's easy to use. I really don't know how I feel about that still. So yeah, for now I will just keep doing what I always do and just upload it when the whole zoo is finished, and then see from there how easy it is to maybe upload a few separate habitats. So hope you guys understand. But if you do things like this, and especially when you're making like complete buildings, like I always use the example of my reptile house. And the reptile house, like the building itself is awesome, but the building itself is too many pieces to upload to the workshop because it's way more pieces than 4,000 pieces. And then you have like 5 different habitats in the reptile house, which you can make a blueprint of. But then you have like really weird, complicated, like have a fifth of the reptile house in one blueprint, and then you have to put it all together. It's all just really messy, or have to decide to delete all the habitats in the reptile house first and all the fences, and then I have to make one big blueprint out of the reptile house itself. Which takes a lot of time, and you want to do it right, you want to make sure that everything looks well. I don't know, I'm just not really up for those kind of things, I guess. I just want to create habitats, record them for you guys, and not spend hours to make sure that a blueprint works. I don't know. I hope I don't sound selfish, but I don't know. I'm not really a fan of the blueprint mechanics in the game, I guess. So I think that just turns me off. So one other question I got was, did this boat ride inspiration come from the river safari in Singapore? And that is so correct. I did use indeed inspiration of the Singapore boat ride. I recommend everyone to watch that video that is online. I will try to find it and put it in the description down below. It is such a beautiful and amazing boat ride. So I definitely use inspiration out of that boat ride, and it's just super amazing to build something else for a change. Like we keep building zoos, and we now have Inama Zoo, of course, with a safari boat, with a safari jeep ride, which is really cool. And now we have a boat ride, and then we have a normal zoo. So I really like it to have different types of series going on right now on the channel, and just playing around with the different types of rides in the game. So that is really awesome. So yeah, thank you guys so much for all your questions and suggestions. Do let me know in the comment section down below if you have any other questions. Now, without further talking, please do enjoy the rest of the last minute of a speed build video, and I will see you guys at the end of this video to show you guys around. So from our Jaguar habitat, we continue our safari boat ride journey right to here. As you can see, here is the Koala habitat. Hello, Baird. So we go through a lot of elephant grass to make sure that the jaguars are not able to get into this section. And as you can see, this is a pretty narrow area. I really wanted to have this a little bit more narrow. And we have some really cute koalas in here and this beautiful tree. Let me check right now. This is the stingy wood eucalyptus tree that I used to have this overhang. I think this works super well with this tree. And obviously the koalas are still able to climb into these trees. and having like the same thing for this palm tree. They're also able to climb in the palm trees, and I think that looks just super amazing, and it's beautiful and lush habitat right over here. And we have a hidden keeper door on that side right over there, and I think this just works super well. We have a lot of koalas in here. Thank God this is sandbox mode, so we don't have any issues with it. But I think this just looks really nice if you just move along right over here and then see some koalas in here. The only downside of this whole safari ride is that I would love to have stops in here. Now I can do that with adding some stations, but that just doesn't look well. Like for a track, for a jeep ride, you can just hide the track, but you can't really do that with a boat ride. So that is kind of pity. I really would love to see some stops in here like we have in Planet Coaster, to make sure that the boat ride would just stop right over here, and then you can have like a longer look into the koala habitat on this side. But yeah, it is what it is, I guess. So there's the boat coming again. So let's go and move to the kangaroo habitat. So we go through right over here, and then we have a more open area on this side. We have a very sandy and more desert-ish look habitat for the kangaroos, and they have a little bit more terrain forming and some more drier plants and stuff, and I think just looks just really well. Oh my goodness, we have some fighting camels here. Oh my god, we did I say camels again? I did say it again. I don't know what it is. It's kangaroos, not camels. I know, I feel so stupid. I keep saying kangaroos or camels. It's amazing. It's amazing. Anyways, we have a kangaroo habitat right over here and some cute little babies. And I think this just looks really nice for a variation on this boat ride. I think that this looks just really cool. And having the kangaroos just drink here, I think this is just super amazing to have a boat ride going through this type of habitat. So the next habitat is going to be for the dingoes. So that is going to be exciting. They will have some kind of bridge going over the track or the boat ride. So that is going to be super amazing. So yeah, do let me know in the comment section down below what you guys think of this new habitat, or two habitats basically, for the koala and the kangaroo for a safari boat ride. Let me know in the comment section down below. And if you have any other questions or suggestions, also do let me know in the comment section down below. Leave a like at the video if you guys enjoyed, and subscribe of course if you haven't already. And I really hope to see you guys all in the next one, or maybe in my live streams. Thank you guys so much for watching. Bye guys! Hey guys, and thank you so much for tuning into my channel. My name is the Lady Designer. We are back with another speed build video of our safari boat ride. And in this episode, we're going to build a dingo habitat. Now, actually, I started building this habitat already when the Australia pack launched. That has been a long while ago already. But I just never finished the habitat. And it was originally meant to be a Twitch series only, or like a Twitch series I'm going to build on Twitch. And then when I have an episode finished, I was about to upload a video. So there was not really a schedule or anything like that. But I haven't really been building for a while on Twitch on this safari boat ride. So I thought, you know what, let's just finish this dingo habitat because you guys did vote on a poll like weeks ago already on my community wall what animal you wanted to see next on the safari boat ride, and that was the hippo. So I'm actually just really excited to do another hippo habitat. We just recently did one in the franchise mode episode 2, but I just really love those animals and I love to make a big habitat for them again. So yeah, we're going to finish off this dingo habitat, and you would probably expect me to build some kind of Australian themed habitat for the dingo, just like we did with the kangaroos, but it's not going to happen. No. I'm going to build a tropical habitat for the dingoes because I can and because I want to. So it's going to be something not so much Australian, but just a very lush and tropical habitat for the beautiful dingoes. And if you want to see me streaming, because well, okay, I did not stream the safari boat ride, but I did stream a lot of City Zoo lately. So yeah, if you ever want to see me stream on Twitch, definitely go and follow me there. Also called The Lady Designer there, and I stream on mostly Monday, Wednesday, and every other Friday at the moment. So yeah, would love to see you there, of course. So we start off with this habitat with, of course, a river for the boat itself, because well, we need a river. And on both sides of the habitat, well, actually, this is just one big habitat. So with the kangaroos, there were 2 habitats on both sides of the water. But in this case, we're going to connect it with a bridge. So it's going to be a little bit more less natural. Well, this is the only thing less natural. So it's going to be the bridge with like the Australian pieces, and the rest is going to be just very beautiful and lush. But I really wanted to have something with a bridge. I really want to try as much as possible to give each and every habitat where the boat ride goes through to give something special and something unique. So yeah, in this case, it is definitely the bridge that makes it more unique in this case. But we're going to see what else we're going to do with other habitats. But I'm definitely up for some more creative, weird things or funny things or whatever to make each and every habitat very interesting, at least like a variation into it. So I wanted to make sure that the boat was high enough for the boat ride to go underneath it, but that was also it. Like I really wanted to make it as close as possible to the boat to really make it as low as possible, and to also make sure that the guests would still be able to see a dingo walking from one side to the other side if they do. So I also made sure that the dingoes are not able to swim from one side to the other side. So I really made sure that the rocks and stuff are just high enough that the dingo was not able to go into the water. Obviously, realistically, they would still be able to go into the water. So I used a traversable area in game for them to make sure that they were not able to go into the water. But else, in real life, they would definitely be able to just jump into the water. Maybe not get out of it on one side, but that's a side note. So as I said, like the habitat is going to be super lush and tropical, very green with a lot of trees and bushes and also flowers. I used a lot of the purple flowers because I just really love the color variation of them, and they're just super beautiful. So yeah, I just really love to use them, and especially with like the fig trees and on the side of the fig trees together with like the green plant thingy. I'm not really sure how those are called. But I just really love how that is looking. So I really wanted to use that for this habitat. So I have a variation in both sides of the habitat. So one side will be a more elevated area, maybe a little bit similar to the Capuchin monkey. Well, not really actually, because that is like really more climbing, and obviously the dingo really needs some kind of angled terrain to make sure to let them walk over it. So yeah, it's just a little bit more of a raised area. I try to use a lot of enrichment items in each and every corner to make sure that the dingoes will definitely move around in their habitat. And on the other side of the habitat, they have more of like a cave to rest and to chill. And also the keeper gate is located in the cave itself, so you can't really see the gate. I really want to avoid in each and every habitat that you really see an obvious gate for the keeper, so really try to avoid that. And in this case, I was able to just hide it away in the cave for the dingoes. So that is really nice. So on the other side of that cave, you will find a lowered area next to the water. So that is the only area where they will be able to reach the water and maybe even have a swim in the water. I'm still not really sure if they actually go into the water, the dingoes. I know they have like this swimming pool, but I still haven't seen the animation of it, and it's been like 2 months or something, I don't know. But yeah, I wanted to make sure that at least I don't have to put down that hideous, ugly water pipe. I still don't like it, and I really hope that we will get some variation someday in the future, because I just really don't like it. But yeah, obviously the easiest way is then to use this river section to make sure that the dingoes are able to drink from this river section. So yeah, one side is lower down, like really almost water level, to make sure that the dingoes are able to maybe cool down a little bit in the water and have a drink in the water. But other than that, they are not able, as I said, to swim from one side to the other side. So it's only on one side where they can go in and out of the water. So I do really like that. So they are forced to really use that bridge going over the river to go from one side to the other side. And also the keeper can use that bridge, of course. So we don't have to make sure that only like food and drink is on one side. We can just use the whole habitat, because I'm pretty sure that the keeper can reach each and every side of it. So that's really cool. And overall, I'm just super excited to show you guys the end result of this habitat, because it looks just really, really beautiful. Even though it's maybe not what you would see with a dingo habitat, I just really like to get a little bit more freedom sometimes and just do, because of this environment and this biome is just tropical. So yeah, they just move these dingoes in here. And as we mentioned in a few episodes already, like some people can really make a big deal out of it, like, yeah, you should use the right biome and the right trees and stuff. But honestly, at the end of the day, the dingoes really don't mind. They just want to have all their needs fulfilled, and no one can tell me that they spoke to a dingo and the dingo said, no, I don't really like my habitat in this zoo. So yeah, at the end of the day, it's about aesthetics, and like beautiful habitats are mostly built for guests and not really for the animals themselves. And in this case, we're just playing a game, so don't be too hard on yourself and just let your creativity flow, and don't be too picky on what kind of biome you need to build for. Like, we're in sandbox mode, so in sandbox mode, you're just building creatively, and yeah, you're just building your beautiful things as you want to build, right? And you don't have to use their biomes all the time. I sometimes do that. I sometimes just check that, and I'm like, hey, I'm going to use this or that. But at the end of the day, I just want to have fun with the game. So yeah, don't be like that. Animals really don't mind, and I don't mind. I'm having fun playing this game and just let my creativity flow. I also had a few questions in the last episode. In the last episode, we did the kangaroo and the koala habitat. If you haven't seen it yet, I highly recommend you to check out that episode too. Or maybe the first two if you're totally new to the channel, because we're not that far in yet. I think this is the 5th episode of this safari boat ride series, and it's only going to be a safari boat ride. So someone asked in the previous episode, I was asked by Pig Frog, are you building an entrance for this park? The answer to that is no, because this is really meant to be only a boat ride. I'm not even sure if I'm actually going to build a station for it. It might be just the Onride of the boat ride, and that is going to be it. I really just wanted to use my creativity to build a boat ride itself. the whole file will be uploaded as soon as the boat ride is finished, so then people can be free to build a zoo around it or anything like that. But my plan really is to only build a boat ride itself and nothing else. So I'm not going to bother about detailing facility buildings or like guest buildings or anything. It's really about the point of view of the boat ride itself, and that is basically all I'm doing with this series. I just really want to build a beautiful boat ride, and that's it. So no entrance either. No, I'm afraid not. I'm so sorry if you're expecting me to build a whole zoo out of this. That's not really the plan of this zoo. We already have our city zoo, what we're working on, which is like a complete zoo. And we're also having Inama Zoo, which is kind of more a wildlife park complete zoo. Well, not really a zoo, but you get what I mean. So yeah, this is basically really meant to be only a boat ride itself. So another question I got from, I'm probably going to ruin this name, I apologize in advance, is from Abhinandan Madhu. You said, love this series. By the way, what are you going to do for your 100k sub special? Oh my god, I can't believe it. When I'm recording this, we are like, say 300 subs away of 100,000 subscribers, and I actually never really mentioned it in the videos. I guess I did not do that. But yeah, definitely subscribe and help me to reach that 100,000 subscribers. And what am I planning? I'm planning to do a karaoke live stream on Twitch, and we're going to do a Q&A for YouTube. And I am going to admit, I am actually starting to get really nervous for the 100,000 subscriber milestone. I really didn't feel that way at all until we were like 1,000 subs away from 100,000. When that happened, my nerves started to come in, and I'm still like, oh my god, we're so close right now. And we're still growing. So yeah, at some point, we're going to hit 100,000 subscribers. I'm super nervous, super excited for it. Definitely join me on Twitch if you don't want to miss out on the 100k sub special. Of course, we're going to do lots of giveaways and stuff too. We're going to do lots of games together with each other, and well, the karaoke live stream, of course. And on YouTube, we're going to do the Q&A. So yeah, once we hit it, I'm going to ask you guys what you guys want to know about me. So keep an eye out on the community wall. And yeah, I just in general hope that we can just have an amazing day to celebrate it. Yeah, it's just gonna be amazing. So yeah, thank you all so much for all your incredible support so far. We're almost there. It's incredible. I feel the nerves in my stomach while I'm talking about it. It's gonna be amazing. Thank you. All right. Without further talking, please enjoy the rest of this speed build video, and I will show you guys some cinematic shot in the end. And in the next episode, we're going to do a little tour again of the last few habitats we did not do a tour for. Thank you so much for all your support. Leave a like at the video if you guys enjoyed. Leave a comment. Let me know what you guys think of this new tropical dingo habitat, of course. And yeah, if you want to support the channel a little extra, you may want to consider to become a fan member with the link down in the description. Thank you guys so much for watching and all your amazing support. And I hope to see you guys on the next one. Bye guys!
Hey guys! And thank you so much for tuning into my channel. My name is The Lady Designer. We are back with another episode of our safari boat ride. And I actually did not realize that I started this habitat actually somewhere in October, which is 2 months ago, which is actually really insane. So yeah, I have been working on this habitat for way too long. It was super big, but yeah, I think it was a good call to wait with this one. Not that I intentionally did that, but with the aquatic pack, we now have some really nice aquatic plants and stuff. So that is very useful for this build. So yeah, what we're going to build in this episode is going to be an underwater boat ride tunnel. So yeah, the previous episode was just a path with a tunnel underneath a king penguin habitat. But this one, where we are working on for 2 months already, this is an underwater tunnel for the boat ride. So as you can see right now, we are using terrain above the river section where the boat ride is going through. It was a pain in the butt to create this one. I actually cut out a lot of the parts where I was struggling a lot with this underwater tunnel. If I remember how I exactly made it, I might make a tutorial if you guys want me to. Do let me know that in the comment section down below. But honestly, it is super wonky. Just like the tutorial I've made for the simple version of the underwater tunnel for the king penguin habitat we did. This one is definitely more advanced and yeah, a pain in the butt. It took me a lot of struggles. I think we did this in 2 live streams or something, just making sure that we had the area we want to have for the hippos to walk around, and also a working tunnel. It was really, really a struggle. So I don't really recommend any one of you doing this, but if you really want to, yeah, I might help you out with a tutorial, but it's I can't really guarantee if I'm able to make one because it is quite a struggle. It's gonna take me even time to figure out again how I did this because I've tried so many different things. So yeah, but I think it comes down to filling the area up above the river, then trying to fill the areas on the sides of the river so everything is closed off, then digging out the area where you want the water, but just so far that there is just flat terrain underneath it so you don't see the area where the underwater boat ride, for example, is. And then you use the path to delete the terrain with the tunneling function. So then the terrain will be deleted and you will have more free space. But I remember doing this so often again and it was really a crime. So yeah, as I said, I really don't recommend any one of you trying this. Yeah, I just honestly really hope that Frontier is going to provide us with any options in the future to create these boat rides. That would be super amazing. So yeah, during the live streams, we were trying to figure out what kind of tunnel we would be using. There are a few glass pieces that are very useful for an underwater tunnel. So yeah, I went, in the end, I went with my favorite glassy tunnel that you have in the base game, which I also use for the penguin habitat, but you can obviously create this one as wide and as big as you want it to be. But I don't know, I just really like those glass pieces. I do wish we had a few more of those type of glass pieces, but yeah, that's mostly because I'm now building tunnels, I guess, because I'm not using them for anything else. So yeah, who knows, maybe in the future we will see an actual underwater tunnel update with some more glassy variations of it, but I still don't really understand why Frontier didn't really add the underwater tunnels still in the game. I guess because it's super wonky. I don't know, maybe they are just still not able to create an idea that is not being wonky. I really don't know. Maybe they're just like, yeah, well, we can't fix it, but they can if they want to create an underwater tunnel, so we'll leave it at that. I really don't know. I honestly don't know, but it would be just super nice if there was an easier way of doing these kind of things. So yeah, the whole habitat I had to cover with flat rocks in the end to make sure that the hippos were able to move around and it looks still natural. But even then, the hippos are able to poop, stand, sleep, everything they would do out of the water, they are able to do inside of the water section.
But in the end, I do have to admit, it is kind of worth it. It looks absolutely fantastic. And when I was trying to create a thumbnail for this for this video, I had a lot of hippos exactly on the spot where I wanted it to be. The only downside was when I was trying this, my boat ride was just not working properly. Well, it was working properly. It was exactly working how it should, but all the animals, I think my whole file just broke. All the animals were escaped. There were koalas swimming everywhere. They were holding the boat. There were jaguars swimming everywhere. They were holding the boat. So I was waiting for that boat for so long and just nothing happened. And every time I checked the boat, it was stuck somewhere because of an animal being stuck somewhere swimming, and it was crazy. I really think that this whole map is so broken right now. I'm not really sure if I'm able to fix it, but we're going to finish it either way, and we're just gonna see how it goes in the end. But yeah, I do think that using aquatic animals as much as the giant otter and the dwarf caiman would fit in this zoo, I am afraid that it's not going to work to add these guys because of the swimming, and I already have issues with normal swimming animals being able to escape all the time. Like the elephant grass, how much I use them, it's still a pain in the butt, and every time there is an update or a DLC, they are able to escape again while I, in the beginning, just fixed it. And yeah, I keep having that same issues with this whole boat ride. It's actually insane. I still haven't used the glass gate. I'm still curious if that one is something that could be a fix. I have no idea. If you have been using the underwater boat ride and gates, do let me know in the comments down below, because I actually have no idea if you are able to use any gates with a boat ride. So I'm really curious for that. That might be a fix in order to make this work, but I really doubt it. I was thinking like, okay, I could maybe close it off like underwater under the boat ride to see if they're not able to swim through, but I'm pretty sure that they're still able to climb over or anything like that. I mean, these animals in this game are quite naughty when it comes down to escaping these days. So I'm really afraid adding an otter or a caiman that it's just going to be very, very, very hard to keep them in their habitats. In all honesty, not a single animal right now is able to stay in its own habitat. They're all escaping. I think only the capuchin monkey, because they're not able to swim, is the only animal that is not escaping, if I am right. I think I am right. I think all the animals are escaping. Well, maybe not the dingoes, but I don't know. It's definitely a crime, this whole file, but we just keep doing it. We keep doing what we do because I hope to inspire you guys at least. I mean, that is still one of my goals with my channel, to inspire you guys to do something similar, even though this tunnel I would highly not recommend anyone to do so. So yeah, the entrance of the boat ride is very simple, very easy, just like this same style of the rest of the boat ride, just some nature and some green, some palm trees and those kind of things. It looks very beautiful. And then the guests go through some kind of cave, and then they go through the tunnel with the underwater tunnel for the hippo habitat. And to make the area a little bit more interesting, like one side is pretty thin, the other side it's much wider. So the other side I decided to create some kind of archway, nothing super spectacular, because in the end of the day, this is a tropical zoo and there is just not really that much interesting stuff going on underwater. I think this is mostly about the experience of going under the water in the hippo habitat. I think that is like the main feature of this habitat, and not per se having like a super thematic area underwater. I think that just doesn't make sense in my opinion. So having this super heavily themed or anything like that doesn't make any sense. So I really went for the natural vibe to it. An archway on the other side to make it a little bit more interesting, but yeah, other than that, it's just mostly rocks and these aquatic plants, which are absolutely fantastic. In the beginning, I was a little bit worried that they would hurt the traversable area of the hippos, but that was actually just me putting down some rocks in the wrong spot. So in the end, it was all good, and they are just able to walk through these underwater plants, so that is fantastic to know. I was actually really curious about that because the hippos are the only ones that really walk, aka swim, over the terrain flooring underneath the water. So yeah, they kind of behave differently, like the otters and the caiman and the penguins and the seals when they swim through a habitat. That is, by the way, the only thing we should be able to do in this zoo is like create the same type of habitat which they're not able to escape. That would be the only thing that would work with these kind of animals, but I'm not really sure if I want to because, well, we now already have one type of habitat like that, so I doubt that we should go that route and make more underwater tunnels. I don't really think that fits, but obviously we're going to add all these type of animals in City Zoo, which we're already working on, and we also have a few of those animals in the aquatic dome we are building, so I think it's gonna be all right. Like, sometimes some animals just don't really fit a biome or the style you're going for, and I think that's totally fine. But yeah, at the end of the day, I'm actually quite happy with how this underwater tunnel is working and functioning. I think that was the most stressful thing, to make it all function and all look nice and natural in the end. And yeah, it was kind of worth the struggle, but as I said, I don't really recommend it to anyone. And if there are a lot of people asking for a tutorial, I will look into it to see if I'm able to make one. But yeah, that is totally up to you guys. If it will be up to me, I'm like, oh, I'm staying away with this forever and I'm not getting back to it because it was such a pain. But yeah, do let me know in the comment section down below, what do you guys think of this underwater boat ride tunnel hippo habitat? That's such a mouthful. Leave a like at the video if you guys enjoyed, and subscribe of course if you haven't already, and if you want to see more Planet Zoo content and hopefully to inspire you for your own zoos, definitely subscribe to my channel. Thank you so much for watching, and I really hope to see you guys all in the next one. Bye guys! Hey guys, and thank you so much for tuning into my channel. My name is The Lady Designer, and we are back with another safari boat ride episode. And in this episode, we're going to build a crocodile island, or actually a saltwater crocodile island. And this one is right after the hippo habitat boat ride tunnel that we did in a previous episode. And I actually was very surprised. The amount of support was insane on that video. So thank you guys so much for that. I think I kind of forgot how spectacular and awesome it was because we were building on it for a pretty long while during live streams, so it wasn't really new for me anymore, and it was quite a while ago, so I actually didn't really think that would be that special, but you guys really loved it. So thank you guys so much for that support, really appreciated. So because that was a very special section in this zoo, I wanted to make sure that the next habitat would not be like super spectacular, like the same thing what I do with every other zoo. Like if you have like a big main building, you're not really going to build a big main building next to it, if that makes any sense. At least that is how I feel that does not really work in zoos. And even though this is not really a real zoo, but this is more of like a safari boat ride zoo, I wanted to make sure that like you have a good balance in between the habitat. So this one is going to be more calm and the next one is going to be again more spectacular. And I think having that balance in really works well. And like looking from a guest experience, I think this definitely works better. Like people can still enjoy everything to the fullest, but when they are impressed of one big habitat, they can like chill and cool down a little bit with the next one. And that is basically what I'm trying to go for, at least. So in this habitat, the river section is going to be split into 2 different rivers, and we're going to have this island in the middle where the crocodiles can sleep and rest, and there are some enrichment items on it to give them a little bit of joy and some interesting stuff, of course, in their habitat. And first I wanted to have the boat ride maybe going around the whole island, like having the track going over each other, colliding with each other on one side. But then I thought like, wow, I don't know. I think it's better for the crocodiles to have more of like a calm and relaxing section on one side of the river. I think we should use that in advantage for the crocodiles to really enjoy their habitat, how they want it to be. And like they know on one side there will be boats passing by, and on the other side it will be more calm for them. So giving them an option of where they want to stay. And obviously the whole section has a few smaller islands on the edges, or like raised terrain I should say. I'm not really sure if I should call it islands. But yeah, just giving them more options to chill and relax wherever they want to be. But there is also going to be like more of a main terrain section where also the gate for the keeper is going to be. So that one is a more bigger area for the crocodiles to walk around and to sleep. But mostly you will find the saltwater crocodiles swimming around. I really noticed that I barely saw any saltwater crocodiles being outside of the water. So they probably only go outside of the water when they need some food, because I'm not able to add any fish enrichment item, or what is it, underwater feeder it's actually called. I keep calling it a fish enrichment item, but it's an underwater feeder. But the water is not that deep enough at some sections, so and in the end we don't really have an underwater viewing or anything. So I would more use the underwater feeding to really drag the animals down towards like a glass wall where people can see them up close. But in this case that's not really the situation, and you would actually want to have the crocodiles more being on the surface of the water because of the guests that can see them. But yeah, sometimes they will be swimming around deeper in the water, and then you will see like the bubbles on the surface of the water, which is actually also really cool. So that also gives like a glimpse of the saltwater crocodile still. So I started off, of course, with like a lot of rocks. Like I duplicated a lot for this habitat because it's actually alright to do that, because, well, as many rocks you duplicate, it doesn't really matter because they're basically hidden away with a lot of shrubs and a lot of trees and bushes and stuff. So that's alright, I guess. I just want to make sure that it has this very dense feeling that you're really going through some kind of tropical jungle or anything like that. So I'm really trying to get that dense feeling around this whole habitat and around this whole zoo basically. And as you could tell, I also tried to first paint everything with like a sandy color, but that was the idea I first had, like having more of like sandy beaches. But later on, and I was like, I actually don't really think that fits super well for these animals. I actually felt like the mud or mulch color is working way better for this habitat, and being it more of like a tropical jungle environment, I don't really see sand fitting too much in there, so that's why I quickly changed it already. So yeah, as you can tell, there is this bigger section which is the mainland area basically for the saltwater crocodiles, and that is also going to be the area where the saltwater crocodiles will get fed from the keepers. So obviously the keeper is not able to reach that little island, but thank God we don't have to pay attention too much to that in Planet Zoo, because Frontier made sure that the little islands will still be cleaned even though the keeper is not being able to reach it. Like any poop or whatever just vanishes into the ground, so it's not really a big deal. So I'm really happy with that.
And on the island in the middle, I really wanted to make sure that you have like this feeling. Just imagine yourself seeing like an island in the middle of the sea where no one is living. It's just, how you call it? A deserted island? I'm not sure. There is like this word for it in Dutch, onbewoond island, but I can't really think of the English word. But just an island where no one lives, and you see like the sandy beach, and then in the middle you see like this cluster of trees and shrubs and those kind of things. So that is something I had in my mind for that island. I wanted to make sure that the island from the left to the right, all around it, the saltwater crocodiles are able to walk around there and go on the island from each and every side from the water. But the middle section of this island is going to be very dense with like a lot of trees, like a really cluster of trees and bushes, to really get like that deserted island, or whatever we're gonna call it, to get that feeling. That is something I had in my mind. But obviously decorating it a little bit with like some rocks and those kind of things definitely gives that natural feeling of it. And of course, I really wanted to use the orange flowers again, because I do so much love the contrast of those trees and those flowers in those trees with these type of environments. I really do like that. I like that even more than the flowers we mostly got into the game. I don't know, they just fit super well, and they're so bright and give such a nice color variation to the area. So I really do like that. But obviously you have to be careful with putting down the rocks, because you really don't want to hurt their traversable area. I'm still trying to figure out with like those little aquatic rocks, which I also use for detailing, try to figure out like how much do they actually ruin from their traversable area. I can't really tell still at this point. I was using them also for a polar bear habitat I'm building for Pontasu, which will be up later on the channel. And I really sometimes don't understand, like at some points the polar bears are not able to walk over it, and some points the animals are able to walk over it. So I'm really not sure yet how they work exactly. If it's like a very big high cluster, you would expect them to maybe not be able to use it, and then they are able to use it. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, that's why I really try to still keep open areas in between all those small little rocks to make sure that the traversable area is big enough for the saltwater crocodiles in this case to walk around still and to not hurt anything, even though this habitat is definitely big enough for all these crocodiles. Normally you would add like 2 crocodiles, but obviously because this is such a big area and like we go for realism, and I'm pretty sure that I have seen documentaries. I'm not really sure if it's per se these saltwater crocodiles, but I'm pretty sure that I have seen documentaries with like a lot of crocodiles in the same region. So I'm not really sure. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that was the feeling I had when I was adding more crocodiles into this habitat. However, we do need to make sure that we are not getting any babies in this habitat, because as I mentioned in the previous episode with like doubting if I have to add any aquatic animals, the saltwater crocodile is the biggest diving animal in the game at the moment, but babies will already be smaller, and I think as soon as we have babies they will be able to escape from the area where the boat ride enters and exits the habitat. So I think that's going to be an issue. So I think I need to give these crocodiles contraceptives to make sure that we don't get any smaller animals that are able to escape from the habitat. So yeah, I still haven't really figured out if there is a possibility, because I really would love to add the giant otters in the zoo as well, and also the caiman, but the caiman is also very small. But I am so afraid that I'm going to have so many issues with a boat ride and them being able to just swim underneath the track or swim on top of the track, and like closing it all off doesn't make any sense to me, and I still want to have it all look natural and stuff. So yeah, I'm a little bit in doubt what to do with that, but I really would love to add the giant otter and the caiman as well. I might add the giant otter instead with like an underwater tunnel like with the hippo, or maybe a little bit of variation with more like just on the side, some underwater viewing galleries inside of a tunnel, something like that. So I'm not really sure, but I do think that both these animals really fit this safari boat ride, and that does not really count for a penguin or a seal, so I'm not going to add those two
in this zoo particularly. I'm not really seeing that happening now. So yeah, as you maybe could tell, like the underwater area for the crocodiles is definitely filled with a lot of aquatic plants and of course also the smaller rocks to really give this a natural feeling, even though the guests will not be able to see it. Maybe if they look down into the water, they would see some kind of ground textures, so it still feels more realistic to still do the terrain underneath the water, even though we don't have any underwater viewing galleries right now. So I do really like how it all turned out in the end. And talking about the saltwater crocodiles and them being able to dive in this game, I think it's absolutely insane. I really, really love the diving animations of these animals. It looks absolutely fantastic. And this is actually the first time I was actually seeing these animals dive, even though I knew that they were updated already with the free update. I never really looked at them. I saw some pictures of Rudy and Camel, that was basically it. But they look absolutely fantastic. I did add one shot of them diving at the end of this video, so I really hope you guys like that. But yeah, I'm obviously super excited to know and to see what kind of animals will be added in the future. As Frontier stated, like the saltwater crocodile is the only animal right now that is updated from the base game, but there are going to follow more animals, and I really do hope, because I mentioned the polar bear, I really do hope that the polar bear will be the first other one that will be added, because I think the polar bears and diving will be super amazing. But obviously, if they're going to add those diving animations, they're probably going to be able to also update other bears that really do love to dive and to swim. But yeah, I'm just super excited to see what kind of other animals will be updated in the future and how long it's going to take Frontier actually, because I have no idea how much work and time goes into that. I can't imagine. It really is a lot of work to give all these animals some diving animations. At least not all the animals from the game, but the animals you would expect to see diving. So yeah, it's going to be exciting, but obviously an animal like a gharial, for example, is probably very similar to the saltwater crocodile. So I think that's also one of the animals that I see being updated first thing. But yeah, we just have to wait and see, I guess. So yeah, with the end of the video being here already, do let me know in the comment section down below what you guys think of this new episode with the Saltwater Crocodile Island. Leave a like at the video if you guys enjoyed, and subscribe of course if you haven't already. And if you want to see more Planet Zoo content, I definitely got you covered. You can also find me on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and all those other social media platforms, so you can find all those links in the description down below. And if you want to support the channel a little extra, you may want to consider to become a FaveFam member with the link down in the description or the join button of YouTube. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I really hope to see you guys all in the next one. Bye guys!
Hey guys, and thank you so much for tuning into my channel. My name is The Lady Designer and we are back with another speed build video of our safari boat ride. And in this episode, I first wanted to build a gorilla habitat with some kind of dry stone towers and roots and stuff. But I wasn't really happy with how that was looking, and I was missing a little bit more of the natural feeling I am going for with this whole build. So in the end, I decided, nope, no gorilla, at least not for this episode. We're gonna do something completely different, and we're going to build a giant otter habitat. As I have been talking about a few episodes that I wasn't really sure how to add the giant otter habitat, and I didn't want to do the same with like the underwater tunnel that we did with the hippo already. I wanted to do something else, something that we didn't do yet. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to build on one side an underwater viewing gallery, and on the other side more of a normal viewing gallery, but I will talk about that in a later stage. So obviously, first of all, I had to make sure that the water wasn't too wide next to the boat ride itself. So I really had to make it a lot smaller because I made it quite big for the gorilla habitat in an earlier stage, but I had to reverse that back a little bit. And for the underwater viewing, I really wanted to make sure that it was deep enough for an underwater feeder to work. So I took my 6-meter wall and I made sure that that was the right height for the underwater viewing gallery area in our habitat. And also I really wanted to make sure that the water was wide enough to make sure that the giant otters would actually dive, obviously. So if you have any issues with making underwater viewing galleries for aquatic animals, and you're looking for some help, some tips and suggestions, I highly recommend you to watch my underwater viewing tutorial for aquatic animals. Or if you also need help for clear water with your underwater viewings, I also made a tutorial for that. That was actually something I was working on. At first I thought I'm going for a clear underwater viewing gallery, as you may see during the speed build video. But in the end, I actually wasn't quite happy with it. As I also mentioned in that tutorial, I'm actually not always a fan of very clear water. Like, it can work, I think, especially with indoor habitat. But for me personally, the more murky water looks just more realistic. So in the end, I actually just made sure that a little tiny bit of glass was still visible, and I changed the water into more murky water. But if you make sure that your habitat is not like super wide, it's not really that annoying or anything, and it does look more realistic to me. So yeah, we don't have any clear water in this underwater viewing gallery, but we have more murky water in the end. So obviously we also had to make sure that the terrain was high enough for the boat ride to get under, and I was really happy to see that the boat ride is also able to go underneath that aquatic rock tunnel thing. I'm not really sure, archway, how you want to call it. But it was really cool to have that and use that for the entrance and the exit for the boat ride itself. So underneath the underwater viewing gallery, I obviously made sure that we have this underwater feeder that is actually working to make sure that the otters will dive more. Although the otters are definitely good divers, and I think they have a lot of fun just diving in general without a feeder even to work. And I also covered the whole flooring with a lot of these small aquatic rocks because it looks so beautiful and I just really love it. But actually the guests can't really see it. So I also covered the flooring with a lot of aquatic plants, but also those plants can't really be seen. So in the end, I ended up with using some more higher plants and stuff there that might not be per se underwater plants, but I really just wanted to use those, and I'm not really bothered about that. There are plants underneath the water. They may not be the exact same plants as I'm using right now, but I think that's totally fine. And I do really like how the underwater viewing gallery has turned out, even though it's a very simple, very small one. And on the top of the underwater viewing, I did use a lot of the new water lilies we have. Only the downside was that I had to remove a few of them because the giant otters actually could not dive anymore. So that was kind of a pity. And on the other side, on the opposite side of the underwater viewing gallery, I wanted to make sure that there's a more drier area. So this is going to be more of like a little cave with a shelter for the otters to get some rest and some sleep. And obviously there has to be a path
going from one side to the other side. So yeah, you can see me making that. And for those that have no idea, this whole zoo is focused on decorating around the boat safari. Everything is focused around the boat safari, and everything you can't see from the boat safari itself, I am not going to decorate. So yes, if you're wondering why does it look so ugly on top of the whole habitat, that is why I am not going to decorate it. And yeah, the only main focus of this whole zoo build is to have a very cool and beautiful POV of the boat ride itself at the end of this series. And that is basically all. I will upload the whole file to the workshop, of course, so you can do with it whatever you want. If you want to build a whole zoo around it, be my guest. But I am not going to do that. That's not the plan for the zoo. So that's why you're not seeing me decorating anything else except for the part you can see from the boat ride itself. So unfortunately you can't do super crazy because I really wanted to make this more on scale, or well, more on scale to be fitting with the size of the giant otter. So making a humongous habitat is not really going to work, especially not if you're working with a boat safari itself. Like, it's just passing by two glassy walls and you want to make sure that you're seeing these small little otters. They're giant otters, but they're still very small, especially comparing to all the other animals that we have in the zoo. So yeah, by making very thin, longer habitats in this case, there is a very high chance that you're able to see the giant otters when you're sitting in the boat. There's a very high chance that you see a few of them swimming in the water section, and maybe also see one or two on the other side with the cave viewing. So yeah, going too big is not really working well in my opinion with these type of animals. So yeah, also the backside of the habitat itself are just very simple with very straight rocks in the end, but I do still like how it turned out, even though you can't go too crazy with it. And of course the otters also need a very little stairs to go into the water, so I did make sure that we have this little stairs with the aquatic pack, and I think that looks just really cute, even though the guests can't really see it. But I don't know, that little staircase is just so amazing. I really do like it. So in the end, I was actually kind of struggling with the tunnel where the boat ride goes through it, because I felt like I made it thin enough for the boat ride, but in the end it felt like it was still way too big. So I really had to play around with a lot of the flat rocks and also combining it with the mossy tropical rocks, because that looks just really beautiful. And I really made it thinner with optical illusion. I don't know how you call it, but it looks really well if you combine those two rocks with the aquatic rock and the tropical rock. And with that, making the path of the boat itself thinner. And I really was afraid that it would still feel way too big and that I had to do it all over again and like move everything closer to the boat ride. But I'm really happy in the end how it has turned out with the rock formations in front of the glass. It really doesn't bother me anymore, and it really doesn't feel too wide anymore. So I'm really happy with how that tunnel in the end turned out, also with a little bit of green, a little bit of grass and other plants and trees to make sure that it all felt a little bit more dense and thinner in the end. And also the cave that we are building on one side for the giant otters, well, it's a small little cave actually, where they can rest and chill. I was actually kind of surprised, even though I should have known, that the otters are not able to sleep on hay or the leaf beddings, for example. Although I don't really know if they actually really don't use it, but if you type in giant otter and see what kind of enrichment items work for them, then you only have the jetty beddings. And I was like, yeah, well, jetty bedding, using it in this habitat is not gonna make any sense. So what I actually did was using the jetty bedding and then put hay on it and then put leaves on it, and I really have no idea if it actually will work. I saw a very cute otter walking around on that other side, and oh man, they walk so adorable, so that's so cute. But it actually stopped in front of the cave and then walked back. So I in the end have no idea what he was doing there or what his plan was. And it was super cute, and you can see it in the end of this video in the cinematic shots for a little bit. You see him standing in front of the cave and then just rotating and walking back again. So yeah, I really have no idea if it works. I guess it will still work. I really have no idea.
we have to wait and see about that, I guess. So the entrance of this tunnel is actually just decorated with the same stuff that we used in front of the entrance of the underwater tunnel for the hippos. So yes, we have an episode with an underwater tunnel where a boat rides through. So that is really cool. I'm super happy with how that underwater tunnel has turned out. But yeah, in front of that tunnel, there was a very nice natural area with some rocks and tropical trees and shrubs and stuff. So I actually just duplicated that in front of this area. So if you haven't seen the previous episode yet, we uploaded the Saltwater Crocodile Island. So this one is basically right after that episode. So in between, there is the entrance of this cave. And yeah, I decorated it with the area in front of the hippo habitat. And it looks just super nice, super beautiful. And I was like, yeah, well, I can do it all over again. But it's the same idea, just moving some plants and stuff, and you really will not notice that it is copy pasted from a different area from this zoo. So yeah, whenever you can duplicate anything, it's gonna save you tons of time. So I would highly recommend you to start doing it yourself as well, because it makes life so much easier sometimes. So yeah, as I said, like the last things I did was like decorating the whole area with some more plants, some more tropical rocks and stuff to really give those final little touches in the habitat. Next to the little cave that we have, also adding some palm trees and those kind of tropical plants to really give it a dense and natural feeling still. I'm super happy with the end result of this whole habitat, so I really hope you guys will like it and that I'm able to inspire you guys, because that is obviously still my main goal of my channel, is to hopefully inspire you guys to do the same, of giving you ideas of things you can do in the game or change it, whatever. I really do hope that I am able to do that for you guys. Do let me know in the comment section down below what you guys think of this tunnel for the giant otter. I'm really happy with the end result. Please do leave a like if you like this video, and subscribe of course if you haven't already, and if you want to see more Planet Zoo content on the channel, I definitely have you covered. And if you want to support the channel a little extra, you may want to consider to become a FaveM member with the link down in the description, or with the join button of YouTube. And of course you can also find me on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and all those other social media platforms, so definitely go and check out the description down below with all the links to my platforms. And I really hope to see you guys there, or maybe in my Twitch live streams. I stream every Monday and Wednesday at 7 p.m. CET, so that would be amazing if you guys would be able to come in and say hi in one of my streams. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. I really do hope you guys enjoyed. And yeah, I really hope to see you guys all in the next one. Bye guys! Hey guys, and thank you so much for tuning into my channel. My name is The Lady Signer, and we are back with another speed build video of our safari boat ride. This is actually the only zoo that has no name. Can you guys give any suggestions of what would fit as in a name? Because we actually never really spoke about a real name. It's just a safari boat ride, of course, so it's not a real type of zoo and not going to be a finished zoo. It's just only focusing on a boat ride, but I think we should make a name for it actually. So yeah, spit it out guys. Throw some name suggestions in the comments down below and help me out with a cool name, and I might pick a few of them and then later on put them in the poll on the community wall so you guys can vote for the best one, so we could at least end this series in a few weeks with a name. Anyways, we started off with this habitat during one of my live streams. I stream on Mondays and Wednesdays on Twitch. You can find the link in the description down below. And as usual, I ask my subscribers to give me animal suggestions, and later on we make a poll with the first 5 suggestions, and then the viewers, like everyone that is watching during those live streams, can then vote what animal they want to see out of those 5 mentioned animals. So that is basically how we do it, at least for the safari boat ride. That's not really happening for any other series. This is more of like a special live stream series, even though I did do a lot of stuff also not during my live streams, but still. We also do other things during my live stream, so not only this zoo, but yeah. I don't know, for some reason it started as more of like a streaming series, so yes, I feel like it's something special still. Anyways, so we did a poll, and the flamingo surprisingly won during that poll. So yes, we had an Inama Zoo episode last week with a flamingo because I chose for it, and now we have another flamingo habitat, but this one is picked by the lovely viewers of Twitch. So thank you guys for that. I really am enjoying building a habitat for the flamingos, but I feel like flamingos are not really the most favorite animals. If you look at YouTube analytics and stuff, it's a little tiny bit of an underrated animal. But hey, I love the flamingos. They look absolutely gorgeous, and we are building in a tropical biome right now, so this is definitely new. We did one in City Zoo, we did that one Asian habitat in Mainland Zoo, we did an African one now in Inama Zoo, and we're now going to top it off with a tropical habitat with the safari boat ride for the awesome flamingos. So I'm just really happy, and I really learned a lot from the Inama Zoo episode, so this one is going to be even better than that. At least that is what I hope, obviously. And just completely different again, so I just really love it. So we started off with like this big lake, but soon I thought, okay, I should not really make a big lake where the boat drives through, like not in the middle. I need to make sure that the boat ride itself will be more on the sideline. So this habitat is right after the giant otter habitat we previously uploaded, which was more of like a cave with an underwater viewing and stuff for the giant otter. And right after that, after the exit, you will get to this more open area for the greater flamingos. And the reason that I didn't want those flamingos or the boat ride to go through the habitat in the middle of the flamingos is because I had so many issues recently, or not really recently, just in general, with this whole safari boat ride build. Like, as soon as you have an animal in front of your boat will stop, which is absolutely fantastic. I really love it that each and every ride in the game really reacts to animals being in front of it, and the boat in this case will just wait until that animal is gone again. But especially, for example, with like a saltwater crocodile, that saltwater crocodile really doesn't care, so it's just gonna lay there in front of the boat and nothing will happen for a long time if you don't interfere. So I really wanted to avoid with having so many flamingos. Like, I'm definitely going to add more than 100 flamingos also in this habitat. You really don't want those flamingos to be in front of your boat. That is definitely something you want to avoid if you're making a boat ride with flamingos. Make sure your flamingos are not in front of the boat, because it's gonna take forever for the boat ride to be finished and you will have like this bottleneck of boats and stuff. You really don't want that to happen. So yeah, we had to make sure to close off the area where the boat is going through, which is a deeper section of the water, and still have it like connected. So it has to feel like all the same water section, but it still has to be two sections. But the flamingos are really hard because they can fly a little bit. They are able to walk on elephant grass, like not always, but it's quite challenging to get this all right. So yeah, we are closing it off with like those tropical rocks with elephant grass, but still they were able to escape. So I also had to use these aquatic rocks, like those small little rocks, to make sure that I close it off a little bit more. And if you just add enough of them, then you are probably lucky that your flamingos are not able to escape anymore. So I think this is definitely a great example of like a very natural barrier, and especially with these animals, that is quite hard. Like realistically, this would obviously not even work. I'm really happy that we're playing a game right now so we can basically trick the system, but realistically they would definitely be able to just fly over to certain areas and stuff. So obviously, like in real life zoos, it's actually quite a thing, right? That they can't really fly in zoos because they do something with their wings, which is actually kind of sad. And a lot of zoos right now, I think the AZA really recommend to have more of like netting around your flamingo habitats. Like for example, the example that I really use a lot is Rotterdam Zoo. Rotterdam Zoo has this open area right at the old entrance of the zoo with a lot of flamingos, which is completely open, so there is no way, and I never thought of that. Never is a flamingo able to escape, and I never really wondered why, because I actually thought like they're probably not able to fly, but they are able to fly, but not in Rotterdam Zoo. I think they also did something with their wings, which is really sad actually. And I think they also have in their future plans that they're going to build a different habitat for them with netting, so you will probably walk in the habitat, or maybe not. I'm not really sure if that would be the case. Like you have a lot of bird aviaries where you can walk through, right? But I'm not really sure if that is going to be the case. But I think definitely the ACA is recommending zoos to create this more closed off habitat for flamingos, so they don't have to do anything anymore with their wings. That is something I've heard somewhere. I'm not really sure where. Most of my information comes from everywhere, or sometimes people telling me in Discord. Like we have quite a few zookeepers in my Discord server that tell some cool information, or just like zoo nerds, if I may call you that way. Like people that just know a lot about zoos but are not a zookeeper, but just like a really big fan of zoos. So yeah, there is so much information sometimes that I really have no idea where I hear these kind of things. Or in my comments, of course, there are a lot of people also super lovely and telling me things in the comments down below. So thank you guys for telling me and correct me, of course, anytime I am wrong. Now also talking about these flamingos and they're not being able to fly, etc. But anyways, back to the build. The water is obviously just as shallow as we did in Inama Zoo. I really wanted to make sure that at least the front section of this habitat, the flamingos are not able to swim around, because I think the best view is just having these beautiful flamingos standing and walking around in this very shallow water. I just really love the look of that. And in the middle section of the water, I really wanted to have something very, I don't know, something different, something interesting, something that attracts your eye. So I came down with like this pretty simple rock formation, and other than we did in Inama Zoo, where I really didn't like the view of these enrichment feeders, I actually don't mind them at all in this safari boat ride zoo. So I really do like the view of it, and especially being it's so shallow and the mossy colors, definitely it all just fits super well with each other. So in this case, I really don't mind these enrichment items being more visible to our guest, and I think it just looks really, really nice, especially from the view of the boat itself. Well, not really the view of the boat itself, because I'm not going to show that to you guys yet until the whole zoo is finished. For those who are wondering, no, we're not going to show any cinematic shots just yet. But yeah, it definitely just looks really, really cool from the boat point of view with these rock formations. Also because the rock formations can be used by the flamingos to walk over a little bit. So you have like different height elevations also for the flamingos, while you still have this very big and open water section for those flamingos to enjoy. And later on, I really wanted to do something with a waterfall. And first I thought maybe I should go for the aquatic new waterfalls, but I soon realized like, no, that's definitely not going to fit. I wanted to be more natural and more realistic. So I came down with the murky waterfall. So with just laying down this large wall, topping it off with flat rocks, and then using the murky waterfalls to create this humongous waterfall. It looks absolutely amazing. And yes, there is no decoration at all on top of the waterfall. It definitely would not look like this realistically, but we are building this boat ride, as I earlier said, only for the boat ride itself. So we're not going to focus on any backstage areas or nothing else that guests cannot see. So there is going to be a lot of, or there are going to be a lot of spots in this zoo. If you download it when it's all finished, when you're being like, oh my god, lady, this is so hideous, this is so ugly. Yes, because those are the parts that the guest cannot see from the boat ride itself. So I did not put any attention to that, just to clarify that. So yeah, the waterfall itself has nothing on top of it. I did try to create a little bit, I'm not really sure if it's forced perspective, but I tried to just raise some trees and stuff as if it looks like there is a river on top of the waterfall and there are some trees on the sides of that. That is at least a little bit what I tried to do with some with some tree formations. So of course the whole water section itself is very shallow, and yeah, having this big waterfall and shallow water does not really make sense. So I did lower down the terrain a little bit in front of the waterfall. I think that looks a little bit more realistic, even though it might not still be an area where you would see flamingos right like this close to a waterfall itself. They might find a more relaxing spot, but in this case, we just pretend that is not the case, and it's a super calm waterfall. Not big at all, but it just looks good for the environment. But yeah, I did make sure that the terrain was a little bit lower in front of the waterfall itself, just to give it a little bit more of a realistic feeling, because the shallow water really didn't fit well in my opinion. So that does mean that the flamingos are able to swim around a little bit in that section over there. And I, in the beginning, was a little bit afraid when I added a lot of the flamingos that they were all going to that backside area. And I was like, oh my gosh, seriously? I have this small little water section that is deeper for them to swim, and all the animals are going there to go and swim there. And I was like, oh my god, do I need to change it now? Just because it just looks a little bit weird if you have all the flamingos in the back. That is not what I wanted. But when I just played the game for a bit longer, I soon realized that the flamingos were just spreading out everywhere. And especially with like the feeders in the middle, that is definitely an area where they get attracted to, obviously. And it's also nice to see the keepers just walking around, because this shallow water is easy for them to just walk around in. So I do really like that. But on the other hand, when having so many flamingos, there are so many keepers constantly walking around in the habitat because of the removing the poop. If I could ask for something, I would sometimes really want to have an option that just removes animals and their pooping animations, and then just pooping, like, you barely can avoid having cinematic shots and an animal is not pooping. And I can really not avoid cinematic shots without keepers running, and sometimes that really just ruins the aesthetics a little bit, in my opinion. So that is kind of sad, to be honest. But yeah, it is what it is. We have to live with that, obviously. So as I said, like, the exit of the Otter cave with the underwater viewing gallery is right in front of this habitat. And I really wanted to give that more of a dense feeling right at the exit. When the guests would like look forward, they would just really have the feeling like, oh my god, it's super dense. And then right away, they get out of the cave and then they get like this beautiful open area. Like, obviously, you should imagine that if you are in that boat safari ride yourself, you would already hear these flamingos from far away, so you know what is coming. You know that they're there. And you would imagine that, yeah, when being in a boat ride, you just already know, like, oh my god, we are going to see some flamingos very soon, because they make so much noise. And I love it. It's super amazing. Now, obviously, the rest of the habitat, like the surroundings of the habitat, I used a lot of the same rock formations, just copy pasting it, because you can really use your shrubs and trees and stuff like how you want it to be. Like every habitat still looks different, even though I do a lot of copy pasting and I do really love how that is looking. And yeah, especially like this whole dense feeling we have going on. There are still some peaks where you can see some mountains of like the environment of the tropical biome, but you still have also that really dense feeling, as really if you are going through some kind of natural jungle or anything like that. That is still some kind of feeling that I want to achieve with this whole safari boat ride. And for giving the natural areas a little bit more contrast, I used I think it's the African tree with the orange flowers. I always keep forgetting the name, but you guys know me. I always use that one, and I think that one just gives that little amount of color that we need. I didn't want to use the yellow bushes like we used with the saltwater crocodile, because I really wanted to have more of this contrast with the flamingos being super bright and pink, and of course just the tropical green colors that we have going on. I'm not really sure if I just mentioned it, but the small little aquatic rocks together with the aquatic plants definitely look super amazing. I really do love that feeling they're giving, and the it really also gives this more swampy feeling, if that makes any sense. I don't know, I think it just looks really well with the shallow water together. The combination of course with the aquatic pack rocks, the small little rocks themselves, which looked really nice with that shallow water, but topping it off or finishing it off with these aquatic plants definitely works super well. So really happy with how that has turned out in the end. So yeah, we started this episode during my live stream, and as I said, like they voted for it, but I really had to finish this episode off myself. So a lot of this has not been finished during my live streams, but we did start already a new habitat during my live streams, which is going to continue a little bit longer. And but right now when you're watching this episode, it's probably also already finished, but just so you know, the next episode is going to be the Okapi for the safari boat ride. And again, this is also voted for from the people that were in my live stream. So yeah, thank you guys for voting. I really do love it that we're also going to get the Okapi in the safari boat ride. So yeah, and if you want to have any say on any other animals, definitely join my live streams. The link's in the description down below, as I just said. Let me know in the comment section down below what you guys think of this new flamingo habitat for the safari boat ride. Leave a like at the video if you guys enjoyed. Subscribe, of course, if you haven't already. And if you want to support the channel a little extra, you may want to consider to become a FaveFam member with the join button of YouTube, or maybe via Patreon with the link down in the description. You can also find me on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and all other social media pages, so definitely go and check out those links down below. And yeah, I just really hope to see you guys all in the next one. Thank you guys so much for watching. Bye guys! Hey guys, and thank you so much for tuning into my channel. My name is The Lady Designer, and we are back with another speed build video of our safari boat ride. And I hear you think, hey, normally you don't upload on a Monday, and didn't we already got a safari boat ride video last week? Yes, we did. This is basically some kind of bonus video. I really wanted to do something small in the safari boat ride zoo. And I did realize that there was a little tiny bit of space that was quite long with like just a lot of rocks and some nature. And I realized that that would be a perfect spot for a more smaller animal, something like a warthog or a nyala or a Baird's tapir. And that is the animal that we're going to add in this episode. And this is basically like only 50 minutes or something like that for a build. So yeah, this is a basic a bonus episode for you guys, so hopefully you guys will enjoy. It's been a very, very long time since we built a Baird's tapir's habitat. It was actually around the South America pack that we built the last ones. That was really long ago. We did a combination with the Capuchin monkey habitat. So yeah, it was really cool. But it feels like this is the very first speed build video that we're going to do dedicated to only the Baird's tapirs. That is actually quite interesting since we have this game for quite some time now. And I already mentioned during my live streams that I was like, yeah, you know what, I'm probably gonna do something offline for like a smaller creature. And this is just perfect. I think I'm really, really loving these animals, and I think they're very underrated in the game, and I think they deserve a spot in our safari boat ride. So I do hope you guys like that. So we started off, I wanted to do something with water because the Baird's tapir really like water. They love to swim, so definitely something with water. And I did remember that their habitat doesn't have to be super big, their water section doesn't have to be super big. So I wanted to do something with an underwater viewing. And that is actually a little bit inspired of the Koala Zoo habitat that Rudy Renkemmel made. That was also with some kind of really cool feature with an underwater viewing gallery built into the terrain. So this is definitely different. That one is way cooler than I am building right now. But still, just go and check that one out if you haven't seen it yet. And for those, before you start asking, for those that are wondering and haven't heard any of my other videos yet, Koala Zoo is on a break. I think Koala Zoo will be returning, I hope at least, somewhere when a new DLC will drop. That will probably be the end of March or beginning of April or anything like that, for those who are wondering. So yeah, the Baird's tapir is definitely super adorable, and they're babies. We don't have babies yet in this zoo, but I'm pretty sure that soon we will see some babies, and they're absolutely amazing. Their whistling sounds are just so adorable, so cute, and I did catch a few of those whistling sounds at the cinematic shots. So if you have no idea what I'm talking about, they're just super cute creatures. I do hope that someday we will also see a Malaysian tapir added into the game. That will be super amazing. So this habitat is basically located in between the Flamingo and the Okapi Habitat. I'm not really sure if I just mentioned that, but the Okapi Habitat will still be uploaded to the channel, so that one will be on next week. Since I am working a few weeks in advance, that also gives me the option to give you guys early access. So for YouTube members that are a member of the FayFam with the join button of YouTube, they are also already able to watch my early access videos on the channel. Work 2 weeks in advance. That is at least as long as I'm able to, and so far it's going really well, but it's definitely also meant to be for me since of my health conditions and stuff. So sometimes I just need a break for a few days or anything, but I really want to try to make sure that my channel is not gonna get any more delays. But yeah, I'm curious how it will go when a new DLC will drop, actually, because most of the times I do get early access for like a few days in advance. So yeah, that's gonna be exciting to see how that will go. Like, obviously I can't really give early access for stuff that I am under embargo with, but yeah, it's gonna be quite challenging. But I'm excited to see something new for the game in a month or two, definitely. So yeah, as I said, like, I really wanted to have like this water section for the Baird's tapir because I really do love some water, and I ended up with like this underwater viewing gallery that is actually just right above the water level of the safari boat ride, the river itself. And that way, I think it just looks really cute. It's actually some kind of private swimming pool. Like, just imagine like having these villas in like a sunny country that you're like renting for your holiday, and that you have like this swimming pool with like the edge looking over on the beautiful sea that is far in the distance, and it's like going straight down, if that makes any sense. I have no idea how to explain that, but it feels a little bit like that. So this is like their private swimming pool area for the Baird's tapirs, and they absolutely love this water section, so it just fits perfect, I guess. So the whole habitat itself is obviously a little bit raised, so it's more on an eye level for the boat ride itself. So yeah, I am curious if the Baird's tapir will actually be super up close at the terrain sections on the left and the right. But for sure they will be seeing the Baird's tapir swimming around in this cute little private pool. I think the guests will definitely love to see them swimming around with their cute little whistle noises. I think it's just perfect. And obviously the whole habitat itself is just decorated with a lot of the tropical plants and bushes. I really try to decorate some fig trees with like the purple flowers, and we have the orange tree acacia thingy that we put into the ground for the beautiful orange flowers, because I just really love that. It was actually quite funny is that I totally forgot about the aquatic rocks again. I don't know what it is, but I guess I'm becoming sick or something. But yeah, I totally forgot about them. So I was recording the cinematic shots, and then I was like, wait a second, I didn't add any aquatic rocks. So I did add a few of them, not too many. Like, I already had some struggles with some of the trees. I don't know, some of the South America pack trees, I don't know how they're called, Cecropia or something like that. I love those trees, but they have this really annoying thing around them which really ruins the traversable area, so I had to remove a few again, and it was quite annoying. But so yeah, I didn't dare to add too many of the aquatic rocks in the later stage, because I was afraid that I had to redo a lot of stuff all over again. So yeah, but in the end I really tried to make this a very lush, beautiful tropical habitat. Like, the surroundings are very dense and very dark, if you may say so. So it really feels like this is just a small little opening in a tropical jungle environment, and I think it just looks absolutely amazing. I really am happy with how this habitat has turned out. It's just a very small habitat, as I said, like it's only like 45 or 50 minutes of work, so it wasn't really that much of work. I know a lot of people keep asking me sometimes, like, how long did this habitat take you? I keep forgetting to mention it very often, but in this case, it really was like 45 minutes or something. So yeah, but I do hope you still enjoy and that you like this bonus episode of the safari boat ride. Do let me know in the comment section down below. Leave a like at the video if you guys enjoyed, and subscribe of course if you haven't already. And if you want to support the channel a little extra and that early access as I just said, you may want to consider to become a FaveFam member with the join button of YouTube, or maybe via Patreon with the link down in the description. And you can also find me on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and Twitch. I stream on Mondays and Wednesdays at 7 PM CET, and all those links you can also find in the description down below. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I really hope to see you guys all in the next one. Bye guys!
guys, and thank you so much for tuning into my channel. My name is the Lady Designer, and we are back with another speed build video of our safari boat ride. And this habitat is going to be for the Okapi. And in case you didn't know, I mostly try to stream all the habitat build during my live streams on Twitch. I stream on Mondays and Wednesdays at 7 p.m. CET. And this series is mostly, well, kind of a live stream series, so that is why I asked my Twitch subs during a live stream to give me 5 animals, and then later on we do a poll with everyone in the chat and they can vote for the animal that should be added. So in this case, we're now having the Okapi that is going to be added, so I'm very excited for that because the Okapis are just super cute and super beautiful. So I'm really happy that we're going to add the Okapis right now in our safari boat ride series. As of right now, as of recording this video, we do not have a name yet. You don't have to give me any suggestions. In the previous episode that we did for the Flamingo habitat, we got a lot of suggestions. So right now there's probably already a poll on the community wall when you are watching this. So I'm going to let you guys vote for the best name, and then we're going to give this series finally a name when we're almost finished. We're actually almost finished. Like, we don't have that much page yet left. I think only like 4 or maybe 5 episodes max, probably something like that. So yeah, I'm very excited because yes, we're about to finish off another zoo really soon. But okay, let's go and talk about the Okapi habitat that we're building. For the Okapi habitat, I really wanted to make sure that the habitat was high enough to make sure that the Okapi is not able to reach the water or is able to swim into the water. Like, it also can't drink from the water. I had to use the ugly water pipe in this case, but I hide it away, so you can't really see it. But yeah, I really wanted to make sure that the Okapi was not able... I'm not really sure if the Okapi actually can swim, but we do have a lot of animals in this zoo that are able to escape, and they are swimming everywhere, especially the jaguars and the koalas. It's really insane. So we really have to go back and fix all of those. But yeah, for this habitat, I wanted to make sure that it was high enough, but still some open spaces for when the boat ride is driving, it's passing by, and that the Okapi is able to stand there up close so the guests can really see them up close. You will sometimes see a big wall during this speed build series. That is because the Flamingo habitat back then, when I was live streaming this, wasn't really up on the channel yet, so I didn't want to give a sneak peek to some of the viewers during the live stream, so that is why you will see a really big and ugly wall sometimes passing by. But yeah, that's all good. That is all going to be deleted, obviously, as soon as the Flamingo habitat will be up, which is already the case. But yeah, that wasn't the case for this recording. So yeah, this habitat is going to be on one side of the water. On the other side of the habitat is just going to be a very green and lush area, just like the rest of the whole environment. With some beautiful trees and flowers and some overhanging palm trees to top it off, and I think that just looks really nice. But obviously the guests from the boat ride will look into the habitat of the Okapi, and as you maybe can tell, the Okapi habitat is a little bit inclined, and that is because I have seen a lot of master plans of zoo and master plans, or I'm not really sure, just plans of habitat. And what you would actually not really see in real life zoos is that a lot of their habitats are like inclined, so they're moving up a little bit, and that is one, to make sure that the guests sometimes can see the animals more on their eye level, but also just in general to make sure that the animals might be more visible for the guest. But it's actually quite interesting. Like, you can download like a lot of those master plans of zoos, and you see a lot of those drawings and pictures of how they create those habitats, but in real life you actually barely notice that those habitats are actually inclined and that there is a real idea behind it. So that is actually quite interesting, and I really wanted to try and resemble something like that, even though the animals are not really on eye level, I think. Well, maybe they are a little bit if they are downstairs, but still you have this really beautiful viewing going up in the habitat, and I just really love the view of it, and I really love the look of it. And that is the reason why I actually thought, like, okay, let's go
and make this more inclined, because I have seen that a lot on zoo plans. If you've never seen those zoo plans, I think I have a few of them pinned in my Discord server in the inspirational chat. So definitely join my Discord if you're looking for inspiration and those master plans or zoo plans, but you can also just find them when you're Googling for them. But those are like really big plans with like tons of pages. Sometimes they have 300 to 500 pages, so it's a lot of scrolling, but it can definitely help you learn a lot about how zoos work and stuff. I'm not gonna say that I read them all, I definitely did not, but I also just scrolled through them to see and get some inspiration of how sometimes habitats work. But I actually barely used them, but this is definitely an example that I actually had to think back on those type of images and drawings and use that as inspiration for this habitat. And as you can tell, like the habitat itself, especially the front of it, is mostly with rocks, just a lot of tropical rocks and a lot of the mossy tropical rocks. The combination of that I absolutely love. So I really wanted to make sure that we have like this really more rough area with the rocks for the front, but obviously we also have some smoother terrain with a lot of mulch and stuff in the back. So yeah, it's definitely a mixture of some mulch and some more tropical rocks. And I also try to use the terrain to a little bit to make that mulch peeking through a little bit through those rocks itself. I think that definitely always looks a little bit more realistic than only having rocks. So that is definitely a small little tip I would like to give, to use the terrain to a little bit to sometimes make it stick out of the rocks. I think that looks just really nice. So obviously the habitat itself is also just a lot of copy pasting with rocks, as I do with all the habitats. Like it doesn't really matter, you're going to use a lot of shrubs and a lot of trees and stuff anyway, so that you duplicate a lot is definitely not a problem because you barely can tell. And just by adding a few bits and pieces of rocks here and there, it already makes that difference. And the habitat itself also has a few rocks sticking out, like not that many. Like I wanted to avoid to really ruin the traversable area. Like the habitat itself is actually big enough, but because I used a lot of the rocks in the middle and those kind of things, you're actually ruining the traversable area a lot. So yeah, right now the habitat is not really big enough anymore, just because of the traversable area being very tight sometimes and can be very annoying and finicky. But yeah, it is what it is, I guess. Now, we do get a lot of questions recently with like people asking me like, but hey, do these animals have a shelter? And then we're specifically talking about the Safari Boat Ride series. And no, this series is only made for basically the boat ride itself. Like that is the only focus that we're having. We want to have a beautiful boat safari ride from the boat ride itself. And it actually, like the biggest idea behind this whole boat ride is having this feeling that you're going through some kind of wild river instead of like going in a zoo or being in a zoo. So obviously we do have some habitat with like glass and stuff, so that is not really realistic, but we do really want to have that cool experience, of course, with like underwater viewings and underwater tunnels and stuff. But most of the natural habitats definitely are built as in it would be in real life. You can barely tell that the habitats have gate doors, of course. But yeah, the most unrealistic thing is obviously the enrichment items, of course. But that is definitely something that we try to use for getting the animals more up close towards the boat safari itself. So really putting them down tactically to make sure that the animals will get more close to the boat safari itself and to give that special experience to our guests. But no, to answer the question, no, we don't have any shelters for basically not a single animal. Like we do have some caves, like we have a cave for the otter and we have a cave for I think the jaguars, but I really did not make them because they need a shelter. I just made them because I wanted to make a cave, if that makes any sense. So no shelters or anything. I really try to avoid building those kind of things, and yeah, so that is why. So yeah, in the habitat itself, I obviously always try to start with the rocks, then I try to put down some trees with a good sight line, a few trees in the middle of the habitat, and then basically just finishing it off with like the smaller shrubs, sometimes some flowers and stuff to get some contrast in. but I want to avoid having too many trees in the middle. But still, because of the okapi being such a shy animal, I do want to make this habitat more lush and a little bit more dense. Like, obviously we have to be careful to not ruin that traversal area as I just said, so I can't go too crazy, but I really wanted to create this beautiful and lush feeling for the okapi, but still having these more open enrichment items in more of the sideline of the boat to make sure that you would still see the okapis when they're getting more up close. And I think definitely this whole balance of this habitat with like the shrubs and making it more dense, and like you can really tell, I feel like a more dense habitat is definitely with a lot more shadows also in the middle of that habitat itself. Like you can't really see so much sunlight going into the habitat. There are just a lot of trees everywhere, and I do really like that, but I also really like my sunlight, so sometimes I have issues with that. But especially for the okapi being so shy, I think this definitely looks really beautiful and very lush. And I think definitely from the boat ride, like the line when you look into the habitat a little bit more up, like I said, with that inclined area, I think it just looks absolutely beautiful. I really love the viewing of this habitat, and yeah, I'm in general just really happy with how this habitat has turned out. And as I said, like I did this whole habitat. I don't do that super often, but this whole habitat we build in my live streams, and everything that I build in this one is built slow mode. So you can really watch this whole habitat build just how I did it in the slow version as well. I always upload my live streams to my YouTube channel for my Twitch archive, so I will link that one in the description down below if you want to check it out. And because I know that a lot of people are asking for me, like, can you upload some more slow build videos so you can follow easier? So this is one of the examples that I build exactly like everything during my live stream. So if you want to, you can check those out in the link down in the description. So this habitat, if you compare it to the flamingo's habitat, I did not use too many of the aquatic rocks, but obviously I think I actually, if I remember correctly, I did forget about those aquatic rocks. I was so busy with them, and at the end I was like, oh, I actually forgot about the aquatic rocks. How is that even possible? So that's when I started to add the aquatic rocks as well, and just the small little rocks to give the whole habitat like those bits and pieces of details in the habitat itself. I just really love the view of it, and especially if you look at the cinematic shots with the okapi just standing right next to the water. It's fake. It's fake. I put him there, but still, it just looks really nice to see the okapi up close to the boat ride. And I think this whole habitat definitely works. It's a pity still that you can't really make sure that the boat ride stops unless you create a station. Like in Planet Coaster, you had like these pieces where you could just add a little stop, and then whatever ride you were building, it would just stop at that point, and you could even say like, I want it to stop for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds, etc. So you could create like this whole show actually to around your rides, and that is it's such a small little thing, but I really don't understand why Planet Zoo did not add a little small feature, especially for these type of rides where you want to see the animals. Like obviously what is really cool about these rides is that the ride itself will stop once an animal is in front of it. So that is definitely a really cool feature, but I'm still missing out on that little option to also just control it yourself, that you can make your ride stop wherever you want it to stop. So that is definitely something I'm still missing out on. Anyways, I do really hope that you guys enjoyed this Okapi Habitat build. As said, you can find the link in the description for the live stream if you want to see this whole build in slow mode and see how I did things. You can definitely go and check it out there. Leave a like at the video if you guys enjoyed, and subscribe of course if you haven't already. And if you want to support the channel a little extra, you may want to consider to become a FAFM member with the join button of YouTube or via Patreon in the link down in the description. You can also find me on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram, and on Twitch as I already mentioned, and all those links can also be found in the description down below. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I really hope to see you guys all in the next one. Bye guys! Hey guys, and thank you so much for tuning into my channel. My name is the Lady Designer, and we're here with a new safari boat ride episode. And in this episode, we're going to build a sun bear habitat. And this one was also made before I actually got the pack. So, because I didn't have to build, but obviously we don't have new pieces, so why actually bother of waiting with building some habitats already? And just wait until you get the pack, until you can make some nice cinematic shots and those kind of things and actually test out the game and the animals. The only downside, again, was not knowing the habitat size or like how much climbing they actually prefer. So yeah, I wasn't really able to test it until I finally got the pack, with a big thank you for the early access to Frontier. But yeah, I already started building this before that. So we wanted to do something with some kind of overhanging above the water where the sun bear could actually climb over, maybe with a little covered area for them to sit a little bit more high and have more of an overview of like their habitat itself. So I started off with like trees and those unpainted Asia poles, which are climbable. But I soon realized that this just really wasn't what I was looking for. So I replaced the unpainted Asia poles with wooden logs later. But also the trees were just not really, like I used the same technique with the Capuchin monkey, but then with like the, what is it called? The ivy or the, those things were like not the ropes, but those vines that they could walk over. Like obviously I don't really think that a sun bear of its size is able to use those vines. So yeah, I wanted to do something that was more heavier and more thicker, and hopefully they would be able to use it. So I added some more logs around that main log, if we can call it that way, to get a little bit more of the feeling that it's from a tree or anything like that. Like obviously this one is less natural. This habitat is way less natural. Most of the habitats we build, we don't really do much with like buildings or shelter or climate frames at all, but this one I wanted to do a little bit different, and we can't really avoid of using climate frames in this case. But yeah, since the trees were just not really how I wanted it to look, I decided to work with more of the tropical rocks and extended the logs themselves, so the climbing frames, to go around the habitat more from one side to the other side. So the sun bears are actually able to walk all the way from one side to the other side without the need of using the trees to climb down, basically. They're actually really using these climb frames. Well, I'm saying that, but I will get back to that. But one side of the habitat is more flat. I really intended that to be, because you can't really look that much into that habitat itself. It's a little bit more private, and you have some peek throughs and stuff, but that is basically it, not too much. The other side is a little bit more open, but also you still have some more private sections in that area. But I obviously did raise the terrain a little tiny bit to make sure that the mulch is falling nicely over some rocks and those kind of things. But on the other side of the water, with the other habitat section, there will be more terraforming. So in the corner of that habitat, there will be more of like a little cave, a little shelter for the sun bear. And above that, there will be more of a hill area. I'm calling it a hill area, but it's really not that big, to be completely honest. But yeah, the sun bear can definitely roam around there. It's a little bit more plain on that mountain-ish feeling, just to give the idea that it's more of like an open mountain for the sun bear to really roam around. And everything underneath it is more lush and more tropical. I did actually close down the exit and the entrance where you see the boat passing by, but realizing later that the sun bear is, I don't think, able to swim. As far as I can remember the traversable area, checking it later when I added them, I did not see anything turn blue, while they would be obviously able to get into the water from their cave section, because that's really flat, because I intended that to do because of the water, so they're able to drink. I did forget about that, because later on I actually added some water pipes, but I can remove those water pipes again because they will be able to drink from the natural water section, which is actually a lot more cooler, because then if the boat will pass by, they might be able to see the sun bears actually drinking from the water. But
But yeah, I don't really think that they're able to swim, so I actually did not, I didn't have to put down all that elephant grass on both sides, but that is okay, I guess. So talking about the traversal area, once I got the pack, I I added the sun bears in, and I don't know what it is. They are kind of able to use the climbing frames from one side to the other side. At least that's what you would think. But for some reason, like they have this one platform on one side, and if you put the sun bear on both sides, like I had one sun bear on one side and one sun bear on the other side of the water, and then if you click their traversable area, you can tell until what part they're still able to walk, if you know what I mean. So they both have the same connection. They have a shared connection with like that platform that I built on top of that rock. They are both able to reach it, but for some reason, they're not able to reach the other habitat. I am so confused about that. I really have no idea how to fix that. I already mentioned this to Frontier, so hopefully once you're looking at this video, this will already be fixed, but I really have no idea what I did wrong. Like everything seems to work. They're able to both reach the same part of the habitat, but yeah, they're not able to cross path and make it work. So I don't know. Unfortunately, I really wanted to add like a cinematic shot where you could actually see a sun bear walking from one side to the other side above those logs, but they're just not going to do it because they don't have a reason for them to go to the other side, because for their traversal area, there is no other side. So yeah, that's just really all. I really hope that I'm gonna call it a bug, and I'm gonna hope that that bug will be fixed very soon. Another bug that I figured, which was just kind of funny, right after I mentioned this bug to the influencer manager, I was like, you know what, it's very interesting now. I just got a message that my sun bear is pregnant while the sun bear was on the other side. So they were both on the other side. They're not able to reach each other. And yet she was literally pregnant. So I was laughing so hard. Like these bears, like, I don't know, it's magic or something. But the bear just became pregnant without being actually in contact with the male. So yeah, there are babies on their way. But I really don't know how this just happened. But it's quite funny. But yeah, back to the habitat itself. Like, since I didn't have the pack when I was building this one, I didn't really pay attention to the new enrichment items that are added into the game. One is the forging wall and one is the hammock. Both I don't really have space for. I did add the forging wall just for the idea, but I'm probably gonna delete it later. And the hammock is just too big in this case to really add. Like, I think once you have the pack and you're going to play with the enrichment items, you probably are going to add the enrichment item first and then build around it. But the other way around, they're just that hammock is just way too big for that, to be completely honest. And I honestly don't really mind that much. And the forging wall, yeah, well, if you have seen my first video, I'm actually a little tiny bit disappointed about it. I really thought there would be more animations than just standing against it and just one lick. I was really expecting something like that little block thing that you have, or isn't all this also the termite thingy that you're, for example, the orangutans or gorillas or something like that, and that they're like with a stick really trying to get food out of it. I don't know, I just expected a little bit more, to be completely honest, with this enrichment item, but yeah, it is what it is, I guess. So it's not really an interesting one, and I don't know if I ever will be using it, if it's going to be that odd. It's very big as well. Like, I don't really feel like being able to hide it away in a tree or anything. Talking about that, by the way, I remember in the beginning of this game that a lot of people always said, like, if you have that rubbing pillar, for example, or like a scratching pole, like, I got so many comments of people saying, like, why don't you hide that in a tree? Which is actually a fair point. Like, why would you not hide that in a tree? If it works, at least, I'm not really sure if that would be working, actually. But what I actually realized when I was trying out the pack a little bit is that, and I have no idea if that was with this new pack or that they already added that earlier in the game, but they actually added, I think, 2
trees as scratching trees. Out of my hat, I noticed Scotch pine or something and another tree. I honestly had no idea if this was already in the game. I never noticed it, but that's actually kind of cool. So I'm expecting that the scratching post animations are added at those trees as well, which is actually really cool. And I hope, I'm not really sure if I checked right, but maybe there's also something with the rubbing pillar as well, with like a tree where they can rub against you and do the same animation as for a rubbing pillar. That would be really cool as well. But do let me know if you guys already knew about this. I honestly have never seen it before, but I could be completely wrong in this case. But yeah, overall, the habitat is obviously very tropical and very lush. I really tried to give this habitat the very tropical feeling with, of course, my favorite orange flowers from the top of the trees. I keep forgetting the name. It's so annoying. But also added some more purple flowers in a later stage, or purple plants. I'm not really sure if they're flowers. I think they're flowers. Just to give it a little bit more color and contrast into the habitat. And he also actually wanted to make the logs look a little bit more realistic, as in like safety measures or whatever. Like just give the feeling that it's more really connected, like you're in a zoo, which we're not actually approaching, but still like having the logs and that little cabin thingy on top of it already feels like less natural than we want it to be. So why not just try and do it better then, I guess. So yeah, you will see some connections with like concrete pieces to give it a little bit more of that realistic feeling. Talking about the log that is hanging over the water, at some point, since I was trying to make it work, at some point I had to like delete a lot of the other logs to see if that would work better. Unfortunately, I still haven't figured it out how it's going to work. I really think it's a bug and I really hope that it's going to be fixed soon. But yeah, so the log going over the water is definitely now just one log and not really with any extensions or anything like that. So yeah, if you're missing that, that is totally correct. But yeah, do let me know, of course, what you guys think of this sun bear habitat for a safari boat ride. Leave a like at the video if you guys enjoyed, and subscribe, of course, if you haven't already. And if you want to support the channel a little extra, you may want to consider to become a FaveFam member with the join button of YouTube, or with the link down in the description for Patreon. And you can also find me on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, and all those other social media pages. And yeah, I just really hope to see you guys all in the next one. Thank you guys so much for watching. Bye guys! Hey guys, and thank you so much for tuning into my channel. My name is The Lady Designer, and we're here with a new episode of our safari boat ride. And in this episode, we're going to build a dwarf caiman habitat with an underwater tunnel for the boat ride. But quickly, before we jump into it, let us thank our very first fantastic sponsor of the channel, Instant Gaming. At Instant Gaming, you can get your most favorite games with up to 70, sometimes even 90% discount. If you use the link in the description down below, you will get an amazing discount and you will also be supporting the channel. And to celebrate this awesome collaboration, we are doing a special giveaway where you can win a game of your choice. So just click the link in the description of this video, enter the game or DLC you would like to win, and participate. Good luck! So this habitat is located right after the sun bear habitat. I wanted to do something with an underwater tunnel because it just looked really cool, and we already made some kind of tunnel. Well, we did make a tunnel for the hippo habitat, but some kind of tunnel for the giant otter habitat. But that was more like one side was water and one side was like more of a dry tunnel. No, not a cave area. Oh my gosh, that's so vague. Hopefully it makes sense throughout this whole video. So yeah, we're going to build an underwater tunnel again for this new habitat. And I actually thought like, oh yeah, I have experience now with those tunnels, so obviously it's going to be a lot easier to do that, even though it's a while ago since we built the last one. But I really was confident like this is going to be easy. I'm going to do that. But oh boy, was I wrong. It was still a pain in the butt, to be completely honest. And I had to redo it very often off camera. And at some point I just rage quit the game because it just didn't go how I wanted to go. And it was so frustrating. Now the hardest thing was to make sure that the tunnel was not filled with water, but the water would still slightly be above the boat. So somewhere at least in that region. So having the whole tunnel with water just looks super odd to me. And for some reason, I constantly had like a lot of water inside of the tunnel. So whatever I did, like there was water everywhere and it just didn't feel right. So I had to do it over and over again. And sometimes it was too high, so that it was too low. And it's quite challenging. And I didn't really figure out like what the right height measurement for the water is and what the right height measurements is for the path to remove the terrain. So yeah, it was really a struggle, and I at some point almost regret that I started doing this, but I was like, no, I want this underwater tunnel to work for the caiman. This is actually the first caiman habitat that we're going to build. I don't think we did not make any other habitat. So yeah, it was finally time to add the dwarf caiman into one of our zoos, I guess. So after a few tries, I finally was able to get the right water height for the tunnel, and then I started testing the dwarf caimans. But that also was an issue because they were not able to dive with the height of the water. And definitely because you have like the tunnel and the height of the tunnel, it was causing so many issues. So I had to raise the terrain around the habitat to make sure that the water was going higher, and then try it again and again and again to make sure that finally the caimans were able to dive. And that also made me realize that I really had to pay close attention to where I put anything down, because it is just such a struggle to get everything right and to make sure that your caimans are able to dive. Like, especially if you're not want to make like super big habitats, then you're definitely obligated to pay attention to that, unfortunately. So yeah, you can imagine that my struggles were real, and you can also probably imagine that after so many tries and so many times I had to redo it over and over again, that I was just at some point rage quitting the game. And the next day I picked it up again and I was able to manage and to fix everything, and we were finally able to decorate the habitat itself. But yeah, it really made me realize the plans that I had, that I really had to change that. I really wanted to create some kind of mini aquarium idea for the dwarf caiman. But yeah, if there are so many issues with their diving animations and what you add, like if it's a little bit too high, they're already not able to dive anymore. So
I really had to pay attention to that. So yeah, the habitat is way less decorated than I wanted it to be, unfortunately. But that is also just because I really didn't want to make like a humongous habitat, because a dwarf caiman is just a very small little dwarf caiman, so it doesn't really make any sense to me, to be completely honest, to make like this huge habitat like we did for the hippo, for example. Like hippos need that space, they need that gigantic space in their habitat, but yeah, for the dwarf caiman it just didn't make any sense to me, to be completely honest. So if you're wondering, by the way, the tunnel that you're seeing, I did copy that one from the hippo habitat. I'm like that person being like, hey, if I already created something like that, that is just super easy to use, I'm going to use it again. So I did that as well in this case, and I just copied that tunnel from the hippo habitat. So it was the right height already and it works, so why not do that, right? So to decorate the habitat, I used these Arctic pieces that actually look a little bit like a shipwreck, and I really love those pieces, and I actually wonder why I never really used them. I started seeing them in the Willow Creek Zoo tour that we did with the community zoo with a squirrel monkey or habitat. And I realized these pieces are just so cool, and I really wonder why I never used them. And I think this was definitely the right spot to start using them if I wanted to do something with an aquarium, even though it's way less decorated than I wanted it to be. But it is what it is, I guess. But I do think they really work well for this habitat, and they look just absolutely fantastic, to be completely honest. It's kind of a pity that we still don't have like a traversable area map or heat map that you can see how deep they are able to dive. I hope that is something that Frontier is working on for the future. That will be really great once we someday get an aquarium pack. Maybe not, but I really don't know anymore if that is going to be a thing. But at least I do hope that if we ever see an aquarium DLC, that we are getting another heat map with the diving. I mean, these were the first steps, right? We have the aquatic pack, and we got diving animations, and that was all super new. And recently we also got like this traversable area heat map for the staff. So I can totally see something like that in the future, that we can see another heat map for like the diving traversable area. That would be really great. I have no idea how they would be able to pull that off though, but that is definitely a thing. But yeah, I still have hopes. I still have some kind of hopes for the aquarium DLC, but I don't know if it I just hope they're going to be bigger packs, but I keep saying that now for a year, and I think it's time to just try and accept that the packs will not be as big, as long as, depending of course, like the Asia pack was bigger with the amount of animals, but we didn't have any pieces. Now the rumors are that we're going to see a normal pack again with like pieces and probably 4 or 5 animals. I really do hope that for some reason there are going to be more animals still, but yeah, I think it's really fair enough to say that it's probably not going to happen. But anyways, back to the build. So yeah, we have to make sure that the animals are able to dive. So yeah, I couldn't really do too many crazy things, but still I do really like the habitat. It's still as small as I wanted it to be. Like, I don't want it to be super wide, super big, because that just doesn't make any sense for me for the dwarf caiman. But yeah, I do think that these Arctic pieces really work well for a little bit of decoration in the habitat, instead of like using only rocks inside of the habitat. And together of course with like the decorating the habitat with these temple plants or whatever they're called, and as well other aquatic plants, I think definitely with the contrast with the brown colors of the rocks and the shipwreck pieces, I think that works just super well for a little bit more color variation in it. And yeah, I'm quite happy with how the habitat has turned out, even though I had to change a lot of my plans still. We now have another underwater tunnel, so who is not happy with that? Now the question is going to be, what is going to be the next episode of this series? I think if I am able to calculate, I think we only have 3 more animals left before this one is finished. Maybe 4, maybe I can squeeze in like a smaller one or anything like that. But I do want to know, what kind of animals shall we add next into this safari boat ride series? Like, there is not that much space left.
So we need to choose it wisely. Like if you go to the playlist in the link in the description, you can see in the titles what kind of animals we already have. If you have no idea anymore what kind of animals we already added, so you can check right over there. But I do really would love to know from you guys, like, what should be the next animal? Like normally I would ask that in my Twitch streams, but I stopped streaming for a while, at least for the time being, so I'm not able to ask. So I'm probably going to finish this series before I maybe go back into streaming again. I'm not entirely sure yet about that. But yeah, so I do need some suggestions of what kind of animals we should add next. And if you guys have any cool ideas of how we could implement those, definitely also let me know in the comments down below, of course. And for those that are wondering, I keep asking why I am not using any mods and when I will start using any mods, because at this point, I'm probably the only YouTuber that has not used any mods at this point. And there's a reason for that. And that is not because I didn't want to, but the reason for that is because I had like this test file and I downloaded like say 15 to 20 mods. And I just wanted to check out the mods to see if I like them, if I wanted to use any of those, etc., and how they would work, etc. And it's right after I had like this test too, I started to have some issues with my city zoo. So I wasn't quite sure if that was because of the mods that I installed, even though that was like in a different file. You still add like the mods in your folders, right? So I wasn't quite sure. So I deleted all the mods, I reinstalled my Planet Zoo and still had these issues in City Zoo. So at that point, I sent my file over to Frontier, but they couldn't really figure out what it was. I also had some crashes and they were working on a fix for that. And at some point I realized that when I removed the greenhouse glassy roof that I was working on, when I removed that one, the constant freezing issues that I had were gone. So I was really happy with that. And at some point I was just working so much on that greenhouse that I actually didn't really think of the mods anymore. But later on, I wanted to check the mods again and to see if I was able to start using any of those mods. So I actually was curious to see if that file would still be working if I removed those mods, right? I mean, that is definitely something you want to know. So I tested that and I started having crashes. And I started having 3 crashes in a row, so I was quite certain that, that just didn't really work how it should be. So after that, I put back all the mods that I installed earlier. And I still kept having crashes, but then it was a little bit later, so when I went into the training center and tried to, I think it was adopting animals. Adopting animals worked, but once I would go to the training center itself to move the animals, instant crash. And it kept crashing for a few times again in a row. And I was just not able to do anything. So yeah, that is the reason, because just imagine this was my city zoo, guys, or this was my safari boat ride. This would be a zoo that you would be working on for months or years and you would get issues with that. No, I'm just not going to take that risk. I really, really would love to start using mods, but not if there is a risk that I'm going to lose my city zoo file because of it, or any other zoo file. I don't want to. So yeah, I really hope you guys understand, like Frontier does not endorse modding, they do not support modding. So yeah, if we have any issues with your files because you start using mods, you probably have an issue because Frontier will not help you most likely. So it's a very big risk, and it's not a risk I'm willing to take, at least not for my safari boat ride or for my city zoo file, and I really do hope you guys understand. But at this point, like maybe I will start like a new file with only some modded animals, like just a small little zoo or anything like that. I'm not entirely sure about that yet. I'm also having a lot of fun still with City Zoo and my safari boat ride. So yeah, we just see how it will go. But I do really hope that you guys understand that it's a really big risk that I would take if I would start using mods now with all these crashing issues. So yeah, no mods in the current zoos that we're working on. Also not in Ponta Zoo, even though I would love to add some animals in there as well from the mods. But at this point, it's just way too much risk, unfortunately. But yeah, do let me know, of course, what you guys think of this dwarf caiman habitat in our safari boat ride. Leave a like in the video if you guys enjoyed and subscribe, of course, if you haven't already. And also, don't forget to check out the giveaway that we are doing with Instant Gaming. The link is in the description down below. And you can also find me on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. And all those links are also in the description down below, of course. Thank you guys so much for watching. And I really hope to see you guys all in the next one. Bye, guys! Hey guys, and thank you so much for tuning into my channel. My name is The Lady Designer, and we're back with another safari boat ride episode. And in this episode, we're going to build a habitat for the chimpanzee because many of you suggested in the last episode to add another primate or monkey so we can create some kind of overhangings over the boat where the animals can climb over. So that is exactly what we're going to do today. I'm a little bit slowing down with recordings at the moment, not because I want to, but because of getting new neighbors, and they are renovating the place and they are making an awful lot of noise. It's that loud that I honestly don't even want to be in my office most of the time of the day because my desk is literally shaking sometimes because of the stuff they're doing in the walls that are almost almost connected to my wall. So you can hear everything, which is really awful. It's really like they're standing next to me or something. So I was like, well, maybe I can record in the evenings, but as some of you may know, there is this Eurovision Song Contest this week, the semifinals, and tonight the finals. So my evenings are kind of stacked by watching that because I really love Eurovision. If you also watch Eurovision, do let me know in the comments down below. And let me know, who do you think is going to win if you're watching this before the results are in, obviously. I'm really curious. But okay, enough about that. Let's go back into the video. So we're really getting close towards the end of this series. As you can tell with the track, we are really getting close towards the station. So I think only 2 or 3 more episodes after this one, and we are actually really finished with this series. I really can't believe it that it's really going to happen, but we are really getting close towards finishing this habitat. But obviously, if you have any suggestions what those last 3 animals should be, definitely do let me know as well in the comments down below. There's a playlist link in the description if you don't know exactly what kind of animals we already have. You can really just easily see that with the titles of all the videos in that playlist. So yeah, just spit them towards me. Well, not spitting. Just let me know in the comments down below what kind of animals you would love to see for the last 3 animals. And of course, thank you all for the suggestions for this episode, of course. I think many of you agreed for these for climbing animals. So here we are with the chimpanzee coming to our safari boat ride. So for this habitat, I really want to do something with bamboo, just like we did with the Capuchin monkey. So we actually started off with a habitat also using a lot of the bamboo from the South America pack. And I started with some cute bamboo huts, which we can put down on both sides of the water. So a lot of it is just copy pasting it, obviously. At first I wanted to have like these angled bamboo pillars as like some kind of support, but it actually didn't really look as well as I thought. So very fast after that, I deleted those again because it just wasn't quite right, unfortunately. So yeah, when I duplicated the bamboo hut to the other side, I wanted to make sure that we were able to connect these with vines to each other. There was actually a lot of space in between, so I wasn't able to do that. With the vines, I think the longest vine is like 60 meters long or anything like that. So yeah, I had to put them a lot more closer than I actually wanted to, but in the end, it works out fine still. And I used the tunnel from the Caiman habitat, and also which we used for the Hippo underwater tunnel habitat. But I used that one to make sure that it was all high enough still for the boat ride to go underneath those vines. So I used that to just measure that out. I thought that was just the easiest way instead of like waiting for the boat. I could have done that as well, but no, I was like, you know what, let's just duplicate that tunnel, because that one, the Cayman underwater tunnel is like right in front of this habitat. So that was the habitat we built before this one. And I also did make some smaller platforms to get a little bit more variation into the habitat next to only the bamboo huts, obviously. These will also be connected with each other with the bamboo huts with some vines and stuff. So everything will be connected with only vines, but obviously all the chimpanzees can also use all the platforms and the bamboo huts from the ground on. Like I did put down like some kind of ladders on both sides of the water to make sure that the chimpanzee would be able to climb out, but obviously in the game they don't really mind, like they can use every bamboo piece to climb up, so it doesn't really matter. But just for the idea, I added some small little ladders to make sure that they're able to get at least up to one hut on both sides of the water. Now, the ground of the habitats will be covered with a lot of rocks, but mostly with a lot of plants. So for this habitat, I really wanted to make sure that the ground was very lush, making sure that you can mostly see the chimps only when they are climbing in the bamboo huts or on the vines. So I really wanted to make sure that this was a more dense and lush area, so you can't really see much of the ground, maybe a little bit on the edges of the water, but that is basically it. I really chose for this habitat to make it all more lush and more higher. So yeah, hopefully this will give more of the feeling that you can only see those chimps from higher and above. And it's actually really cool because as soon as I added the chimpanzees into the habitat and I played the game, so I unpaused it, they were right away climbing and running around, and yeah, it was really cool to see. So I think it does work how it should be, how I intended it to be. Although I do have to say, I did add one feeding platform more on eye level of the guests, so that's more on the edge of the water, so they still have a chance to see the chimps more close by. Like, obviously in real life, I think you should actually worry that if you have a really naughty chimp, that it would be jumping onto the boat from either the vines or from that platform. But obviously in Planet Zoo, that's not the case, and they're not able to swim. So that is a good thing, I guess. So yeah, there's one feeding platform. Also because I just really wanted to add like this feeding platform and I wasn't quite sure where to do it. I was like, you know what? I'm going to put that one more in eyesight of the guests. So if they are lucky and they are being fed, then the guests can see them from the boat ride pretty up close as well. I still do hope one day we will see like hanging climbing in the future of Planet Zoo. I don't really have that much hope for it, but it would just be super cool to see, instead of like walking over the vines, to see the chimpanzees actually hang under the vines. I mean, that will be just the most realistic thing and just super amazing. So I'm still somehow hoping that this will be something that will be changed in the future, but I don't have high hopes, but there is some hope. So yeah, as I said, it was really nice to see the chimps right away starting to use everything, rock from one side to the other side of the vines. It's been actually too long since I made a habitat for them. Like the last time was with Mayland Zoo, which is like 1 year or 1.5 years ago. Like I did add them in my city zoo, but that was actually because I was moving my orangutans to Little Asia. So I made an orangutan habitat first, and when I moved the orangutans, by then I added the chimpanzees in that habitat, but there's not really an official video or anything about that. So yeah, officially I did not create any chimpanzee habitat ever since Mayland Zoo, so it's been really way too long. But it also shows like how many animals we actually have in the game. Like I still, to this date, have not built a habitat in speed build, so not franchise mode, but in like speed build sandbox mode, for all the animals. I still have not. So that shows that you, at least with the speed that I'm building, you can really have a lot of fun with this game for years, actually. Like making only one habitat for each animal is not even like, oh yeah, now I've seen it all. Like you can make like maybe 5 or 10 habitats for each animal and still have like a lot of things to do. So I'm just really happy with that, and it's just really awesome to see the chimpanzees now entering this safari boat ride episode and having these climbing frames and stuff for them. It's just really, really cool. So yeah, I'm really happy that we're adding those in this zoo right now. Well, I'm calling it a zoo, but it's not really officially a zoo, of course. And still remember, like, I'm only building these habitats for the eyesight from the boat ride. Like, when this is all finished, we're going to do a complete overview of the boat ride itself. So then it's gonna be the question, like, how awesome is it going to look when you are in a boat and look into all the habitats? So there's nothing that I did backstage. I'm really working from the boat ride itself, from that eyesight outside. So sometimes people are like, yeah, well, you should do more, or like you should make the habitats bigger, etc. But if I make them bigger, you have more chance of not seeing the animals from the boat ride. So those are all kinds of things that I really try to keep in mind when I'm building this habitat. So yeah, hopefully it's going to work out in the end, but we have to wait and see about that. So yeah, that is why you have not seen anything from the personal on view from the Onride camera, because we're not there yet. We're not finished yet. So that is something that we're going to save for the end of this series, obviously. Just like with the Inama Zoo, that is an African zoo that we build more of like a wildlife park. And that one was also really built for the Jeep Safari and the viewings from the Jeep Safari itself. So if you have not seen that one yet, I made 2 videos of that. One cinematic video with a lot of awesome, just beautiful cinematic shots. And I also made one video with like a tour of the zoo. It's just a small zoo basically, but it's like a 20-minute safari ride or something like that. So highly recommend you to watch it. I will link it in the description down below if you haven't seen it yet. I just really love to create these kind of rides. So yeah. So for this habitat, I did place down a lot of toys really strategically on the bamboo huts and smaller platforms, and it really also helps to get them moving around. And they also take that grab ball we have, they take it with them to different areas of the habitat. So that's quite funny to see them walking with that grab ball over the vines, and well, sometimes they let it fall down into the water, but if they're lucky, they move it to the other side, or at least onto the ground, so they can still play with it. But it's just a funny little thing that I noticed. It was just really cool to see. And the last thing I added was like a lot of aquatic rocks, even though you will not really see them. And I had to remove a lot of them again because, I don't know, the traversable area was really messing up when I started to use these small little aquatic rocks. So I had to reduce that a little bit, unfortunately. But overall, I'm still very happy with this habitat. Like, I think it's just very cool to have another climbing animal going from one side to the other side and really get some movement in this habitat and for the safari boat ride. So yeah, I'm really happy with how this one has turned out, and I do really hope that you guys like this as well, and that I can inspire you if you are building any safari boat ride. But you know what, I really am also looking forward to end this series. You can tell that at some point you're like a little bit out of creativity, especially if you're going for the more natural habitats like I'm doing. Like, it's different if you have like a real zoo with like a lot of buildings and stuff. So yeah, that is definitely a difference between this habitat and a certain type of other safari boat rides in like a real zoo. But yeah, I just am excited to finish this one, and who knows, maybe in the future we will be building a real zoo with like just this small little dome or anything where you have this safari boat ride going through as well. That is going to be a completely different boat ride because the idea behind it is going to be completely different. So I'm definitely up for any other boat rides in the future to create something cool out of it just within a real zoo. That is going to be completely different and just really awesome, I hope. But well, I'm talking about that, like that's probably going to be in a year or so. Like, are we still playing this game in a year? I think I will. I think I'm still not burned out. I obviously have sometimes like a few days that I'm like not really creative or inspired, but overall I'm still just so much enjoying this game, and I can only hope that we will see new DLCs for as long as possible. Like, obviously when that will stop, I think many people will probably abandon the game if there's really nothing new anymore in like 3 to 4 months. But as of right now, it looks like we're still getting some DLCs at least for this year, so I'm not really sure about next year. But we will have to wait and see about that. But I'm pretty sure that I will continue playing this game for as long as least that we're getting new DLCs. And who knows, maybe in the future I'm able to fix the mods again, so I'm able to get some new animals in as well with some mods. That would be really amazing. But as of right now, I'm not able to fix it yet. But who knows, maybe I will very soon. But yeah, as I said, I'm just really enjoying the game still so far in the current state. So I'm not complaining about that at all. And I'm curious how you guys feel about that. Like, how often are you getting burned out, or are you still playing since launch and you're like still having so much fun as much as I do? Do let me know in the comments down below. Or maybe you're completely new to the game. Do let me know as well in the comments, of course. And if you're new to this game, definitely go and check out my tutorials. I think they're very helpful, and hopefully, I really do hope that I'm able to inspire you guys with my builds for this safari boat ride series, but also with my city zoo and any other series that we're going to do in the future. I really do hope that I'm able to inspire you guys, and please don't give up. I think everyone can do this as well, and just keep practicing, keep trying, and I think you will all be amazing builders. But yeah, we are at the end of this video. I do really hope you guys enjoyed. Do let me know in the comments down below. Leave a like at the video if you guys enjoyed, and subscribe, of course, if you haven't already. And if you want to support the channel a little extra, you may want to consider to become a FAFM member with the join button of YouTube, or via Patreon with the link in the description down below. And you can also find me on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So please also go and follow me there if you also use those social media channels. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I really do hope to see you guys all in the next one. Bye guys! Hey guys, and thank you so much for tuning into my channel. My name is the Lady Signer, and we're here with another safari boat ride episode. And in this episode, we're going to build some kind of African savanna habitat, well, more of a tropical African savanna habitat for the black wildebeest, the zebra, Thompson gazelle, the ostrich, and the giraffe. But quickly, before we jump into it, let us thank our very first fantastic sponsor of the channel, Instant Gaming. At Instant Gaming, you can get your most favorite games with up to 70, sometimes even 90% discount. If you use the link in the description down below, you will get an amazing discount, and you will also be supporting the channel. So whether you're looking for a discount on Planet Zoo, The Sims, City Skylines, Jurassic World Evolution, or any other game, go and check out the link down in the description. So with the chimpanzee habitat, I ask you all again for suggestions for the next habitat. And many of you, especially on the first day, were like, oh, maybe some kind of big African savanna habitat. And I was like, but we already finished like Inama Zoo, which is like this African wildlife park. So I thought this maybe would be very boring to have some kind of habitat again, even though it's completely different. So I really wanted to wait and see what others would suggest. Now, obviously, there were also a lot of other suggestions, but a few days later, I went back to check all the comments, and still the overall suggestion was like, oh, maybe you could do like a big African savanna habitat with like the giraffe and the zebra and those kind of animals. So you know what?
who am I to not listen to you people that are always watching my videos? So thank you for the suggestions for the next habitat. And here we are, we're building a tropical, somewhat African savanna habitat for the giraffe, the zebra, and all the other animals that I just mentioned. And I'm actually quite happy that we did. Like, I can tell that the interest in this series is going a little bit down, which is totally fine. And I can totally see that because it's all more of like these natural habitats, etc. Like, we spoke about that a lot more often. Like, it's not like a super spectacular zoo with like a lot of different type of buildings and stuff, like City Zoo, for example. So I can totally imagine that along the way with this series that the interest is going down a little bit. So I think it's just a good thing to wrap this series up as soon as possible so we can start something new, right? Like, I don't want to start something new while we already have other series, a lot of other series going on. So yeah, I obviously want to finish my series. Like, I know some people do never finish their series, but I really feel committed to finish my zoos before I start another zoo. Like, we already have a few zoos, of course, but yeah, I just really feel like, okay, let's just finish this one up. We have one big habitat right now here, and it obviously has to be pretty big because of the giraffe, of course. So the giraffe pretty much needs a lot of space. So we started off with like planning the size of this habitat and started to build like this more natural bridge in the middle of the habitat so the animals can walk from one side of the water to the other side of the water. And for the height, I used the tunnel from the underwater viewing galleries and stuff. So I know exactly how high this tunnel underneath the natural bridge needs to be for the boat to go underneath it. Now, I did have like this glimpse of thinking like, oh, you know what would be cool to have like exhibits underneath the tunnel, and then the guests can see those exhibits when they pass by. And then I was like, oh yeah, never mind, because you, one, need a lot of space for that. Two, you then need to make paths for your staff to be able to reach it. So the idea is very cool, and I think I'm definitely going to write that down. So we can maybe do that somewhere in the future, but not for this zoo. I don't think that's going to fit, even though it's a really nice idea. So yeah, I quickly decided to not go for that because that's just not really doable. But yeah, who knows? Maybe in the future we will. So I first thought this habitat would maybe be the last habitat of this series, but we still have a little space right in the front of this station, and the station itself, of course, that we need to finish. I'm not really sure yet if this is going to be another speed build video or that I will do that off camera and we'll just upload the boat ride POV itself. So what do you guys think about that? Do you have any suggestions for like a smaller animal we could add close to the station? Would you like to see the last speed build with the station as well? Or are you like, you know what? I think it's just time for that boat ride. Just to finish it all. And just give us that awesome boat ride video we have been waiting for like 15 or 16 episodes. What number is this? I have no idea, to be completely honest. But yeah, do let me know in the comments down below. But I can see, like, for example, the derpy bongo face maybe in the last habitat. How do you guys feel about that? Or do you have any other suggestion? Like, keep in mind, like, the habitat the guests will see first from the boat ride is the Capuchin monkey. So I don't really think that a small monkey type of animal would fit there. So just to clarify, I don't really think that would be fitting, but we can definitely add any other small animal over there. So just give me some suggestions in the comments down below. I look forward to it, to read them all. So now you will notice that this habitat is a lot more flat than other habitats, and that's mostly to make sure that the giraffe is able to move around in this habitat. There are some elevations around the habitat to make it a little bit more interesting, but nothing really spectacular because else it would really hurt the traversable area. And obviously, it doesn't really matter because this is more of an African savanna, and the African savanna is also more plain and more open, so it actually all makes sense to not make this completely weird and lush and hilly and stuff. I think this definitely just fits the African savanna-ish style we are going for in a very tropical way still. So since this habitat is also more flat and more open, you will obviously see the feeders and other toys and stuff, obviously way more than other habitats, but I honestly don't really mind, to be honest. I think just having this one big habitat is like a really cool experience for our guests before they would leave the boat, right? Like, this is maybe some kind of, well, not maybe a main feature, but like the big
bang of one of the last habitats they would see before they are going to leave this boat ride again. So hopefully this will be a cool experience with one of the biggest animals. Is it the biggest animal? Yeah, I think the giraffe is the biggest animal. Hippos are also quite big, but I think the giraffe is still the biggest animal. Like, we don't have any elephants. So I think closing this series with like this big habitat with the giraffe is definitely something that just is a really cool experience for our guests. So the habitat will mostly be covered with the umbrella thorn acacia trees. I really hope I said it right. And of course the aquatic rocks for the small little details around the whole habitat. Like I said, like, this is not going to be a super lush habitat. I don't really think that is really fitting. There are of course some bushes and some trees and stuff, but overall I find it really cool to use more of the African trees instead of like all the Asia and South America trees that we use in a lot of other habitats in this series. So I think this one is definitely different from a lot of different perspectives than the other habitats that we build. So I do really hope that you guys like that, to have a little bit of a different vibe going on right now. And of course at the end of this habitat there will be the last tunnel. So right away when they go through this little boat tunnel, they will see that last habitat that we're going to build, whether or not in a speedboat, but right in front of the station. I'm not entirely sure yet how I'm going to do the station, if it's going to be a real station or that it's just going to be something natural. Like, this whole boat ride is only built for the boat ride. I'm not going to make any queues or anything like that. Like, I don't really... it's all for that POV, right? It's not about making the zoo and stuff. It's only about the boat ride itself. So I'm not really sure yet how I'm going to do the station itself, if you're even going to see it. Maybe I will do something. Like, for many of you have not seen it, but I made a series in Planet Coaster, that's already like 2 or 3 years ago, which was called the Jungle Boat Adventure. What was it again? Jungle Adventure Boat Ride? I have no idea, but there was also a boat ride in Planet Coaster. And we got sneaky frontier developments. We got animatronics for like hippos, animatronics with crocodiles, and now we all know that they were working on Planet Zoo already. I'm pretty sure, because I think even the hippo sounds are exactly the same as from Planet Coaster, the animatronics for the hippos. But that is just a side note. But okay, I made this adventure jungle. Why can I not even think of the name anymore? Okay, but I made this boat ride in Planet Coaster. I don't even know what I wanted to say anymore now. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, I wanted to talk about this station. That was a really cool station, a little bit more piratey, tropical vibe going on. So maybe I should go in some kind of range like that. If you have not seen it, I think there is a POV video somewhere on the channel. I will link it in the description down below if you want to see that boat ride I did with Planet Coaster. And also, by the way, I just mentioned instant gaming at the beginning of this video, and if you want to grab Planet Coaster with a lot of discount, you definitely go and check out that link, because Planet Coaster is really it's like the same game mechanics as Planet Zoo, but it's about theme parks. And no, it's really not about coasters. You can make coasters, but I'm also not a fan of coasters, and many people always think like Planet Coaster, oh, that's all about coasters. No, it's really just about making your own theme park. You can really create your own fantasy or Disney-ish theme parks if you want to. There are many flat rides and just a lot of thematic stuff. You can make dark rides, and I really was not good at making coasters. So there is really a lot more to do. If that is what you're thinking, or what is holding you back of Planet Coaster, like, it's the same game mechanics as Planet Zoo. So yeah, I think it's definitely, if you're used to Planet Zoo and if you're like maybe a little bit burnt out or anything and you want to play something else similar like Planet Zoo but then with theme parks, I highly recommend you to check out Planet Coaster on Instant Gaming, and you get a great discount and you can have a lot of fun. Like, I really enjoyed Planet Coaster. I really burned myself out on Planet Coaster, but still, I still somewhere feel like I want to go back someday again, but I just don't know what to do, and that is a little bit my issue. And I have been saying that for such a long time, and I still have not finished my biggest project, which is the Lady in Wonderland and the Lady Studios, unfortunately. But that park is so humongous that it's just really slow to keep building in it, so that's such a pity. And ever since, I just didn't touch it anymore, unfortunately. But yeah, who knows, one day I will get back. But yeah, I have plenty of videos of Planet Coaster on my channel if you want any inspiration. I really do hope. Like, my commentary is definitely different. You can tell that I really grew along the way, especially with Planet Zoo. I grew a lot with the commentary and stuff, but I do still hope that you're not turned off if you're watching those Planet Coaster videos from back in the days, and that you can still enjoy it and be inspired about it. But yeah, sorry that I really took an off-road to Planet Coaster, but I do really hope that you guys enjoyed this Planet Zoo video with this safari boat ride. And do let me know in the comments down below, of course, what kind of animal you see as the last animal right next to this station. And if you want to just see that speed build as well with the station, or that you're like, you know what, I am totally fine with just seeing the boat ride, and then we're going to wrap this series up, and then we're going to start something new. And who knows, like, it's right now, it's June. So right now with June, could be that in like 4 weeks, maybe 5 weeks, we are seeing a new DLC. End of June, beginning of July is a little bit of my guess. There are already some signs that they're already uploading some, how you say that? Like, in the background of Steam, you have like this information, and there's some, then some kind of file uploaded, and that is what they use for like testing the game and stuff. So yeah, it could be that they're already testing a DLC, and that maybe in a week or 2 or 3 that we are going to hear something more about a new DLC that is coming to Planet Zoo. And the rumors are that this is going to be an African DLC. I'm not going to tell the animals because I do know that some people want to stay surprised. So I'm not going to tell the animals that are leaked. But there are some African animals leaked. So I don't know. Maybe if we're going to start something new, I don't know if I want to do another African zoo though. That would be really obvious if we would do that. I don't know yet. We're going to think about that. I still want to go for a tropical zoo, but in a tropical zoo, like the Asia Zoo, just like this biome, you can still add these African animals. So I'm not entirely sure if we should go for grass. I don't really enjoy the grassland biome too much. That is definitely a thing. The contrast with like the terrain tool colors is just not perfect for me. It's like it has to have more contrast, a little bit more darker, if that makes any sense. So yeah, I think it's going to be a tropical zoo that we're going to start when this one is finished. It's actually quite a good timing that this one will be finished this month, and that we're probably going to see a new DLC at the end of this month or beginning of next month. So that's actually great timing. So yeah, we're going to wrap this series up before the DLC will drop. Hopefully you guys will enjoy. Leave a like at the video if you guys enjoyed. Subscribe, of course, if you haven't already. You can also find me on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, and all those links are in the description down below, next to that instant gaming link to grab Planet Zoo or any other game with a great discount. So yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. I look forward to read all your comments, and I really hope to see you guys on the next one. Bye, guys! Hey guys, and thank you so much for tuning into my channel. My name is the Lady Designer, and we're here with the Safari Boat Ride final episode or final speed build, where we're going to build the station, a queue line, a path leading towards the entrance of the zoo, and the last habitat for our Safari Boat Ride. Now, I actually almost forgot, but a few months ago, you all suggested names for this zoo, aka for the ride. And we also did a poll on the community wall to vote for your favorite name. And the winning name was River Safari Adventure. And I have actually no idea if I ever spoke about that end result. But still, thank you guys so much for voting and for all the name suggestions back then. I really do appreciate it. So yeah, we're going to call this now the River Safari Adventure. But still also the Safari Boat Ride, because it is a Safari Boat Ride and I just can't make anything else out of it, I guess. But yeah, thank you guys so much for voting and for all the name suggestions back then. I really do appreciate it. And also, let me know in the comments down below who of you were here since the very beginning when we started working on this Safari Boat Ride, aka River Safari Adventure. I'm super excited to hear who of you are such legends for still being around since we ever started this series, so do let me know in the comments down below. So the first thing we're going to build in this episode is the station. I really wanted to use the bamboo for the station because I felt like this is the most fitting, also since we used more bamboo around the whole boat ride with other habitats, and it just really has this very nice tropical vibe to it, and I just really love that. And despite saying in the last episode that I probably wouldn't make a queue or anything like that, I decided to make a queue anyways and make the connection to the entrance, as I just mentioned. Yeah, since this was actually pretty close and I had the space for it, so I was like, you know what, let's make this feel a little bit like some kind of proper area and not being like only a POV from starting from the station and ending at the station. So it feels a little bit more finished off right now, if I may say so myself. Now, a very big downside of this whole zoo, it is full with bugs. Apart from a lot of animals escaping all the time without seeing even where they would be able to escape, and of course the sun bears not being able to go from one side to the other side of the water with the climb frames, I really have no idea why that is still not fixed. I have asked Frontier a few times now in 2 months, I think, since when did I had like the early access of the Southeast Asia Animal Pack. Since then, I already have these issues. Yeah, I hate to say it because I love Frontier games a lot, but I'm a little bit disappointed in the speed lately of how they fix bugs or get back to you. I'm not really used to that at Frontier, let's put it that way. So I'm a little bit disappointed in that, to be completely honest, and it's just amazing that it's been taking so long to get back to it. I'm just not used to that for Frontier, so I really hope that is going to change. Maybe they're just super busy with Elite Dangerous now launching, but still, it feels a little bit like Planet Zoo is being less prioritized, which is such a shame because I just really love Planet Zoo, and I really do hope that there will be lots of updates and stuff and DLC still coming up. So really do hope that this is just some kind of temporary setback. I really don't know. Yeah, it's a little bit disappointed to say the least. But anyways, the last bug that I have found in this stage is the fact that I can't open my boat ride because it just says that that the boat ride, the entrance and the exit are not connected. Well, you can tell they are really connected, but for some reason the game doesn't recognize it. So I can't open my boat ride. But the good thing is that I still have it on a testing mode for like a ever since I started this boat ride, I think. So yeah, I can at least make the POV, but yeah, it's just really odd that I'm not able to open the Safari Boat Ride itself. So I'm a little bit disappointed about that as well. Now we're finishing up this zoo. I'm actually not entirely sure if I'm going to upload it to the Steam Workshop still, but let me know in the comments down below if you guys want to see this boat ride in the workshop yourself and to be able to work on it, or just experience the boat ride yourself as well. Do let me know in the comments down below if you still want that, even though it's broken. But yeah, it's just really, in all honesty, very sad to see that I'm not really able to just finish this zoo how it should be, with a working boat ride, with people in the queue and enjoying the fantastic boat ride that we built. Yeah, that's a little bit sad, but yeah. Other than that, because obviously it's not all negative, I'm really, really, really happy that we're finally finishing this series. And I asked you all in the latest episode, like, what animal you wanted to see the most for the last animal, and most of you agreed of the derpy bongo face. So of course, we're going to add the derpy bongo face as the last animal. I think it's a perfect fit, perfect match for the last habitat. And it's just, it's kind of a little bit like the mascot of our channel right now. So it all makes sense to add the derpy bongo face, my favorite animal of the game. And so we will. But first, we need to finish the station itself. So the station as a set will be made out of a lot of bamboo. I'm also using a lot of rope pieces to make it look a little bit more realistic. And on both sides of the station, there will be a lot of tropical plants and trees to really make it all blend in more into the tropical environment around it. And the station will also be decorated with some vines. You may have seen me placing them around already a few times, and I think those vines just really are the finishing touch to make this all look a little bit more tropical in the end. So we also made sure that the connection in between the station and the Capuchin monkey habitat was filled and all looked nicely with a lot of rocks, tropical trees, and plants. And of course, also behind the Capuchin monkey habitat, there was a lot of emptiness, so I also had to fill that one up with mostly just rocks, because I really wanted to make sure that the Capuchin monkey was not able to escape and jump from the islands that they have to the backside of their habitat. And after that, it was time to start filling in the area around the path, going from the station towards the entrance of the zoo. I did keep this very simple with just some tropical rocks and some tropical plants and trees. And the bongo habitat is getting one glass wall for the guests to see the bongos also from the path. For example, when the queue line for the boat ride would be full, well, okay, it's not going to be full in this real zoo, but just pretend that if the queue line would be very full, it would be nice for the guests to be like, oh, you know what, we're just gonna wait and check out the bongos, and then we will be able to join the queue line in a later stage. And I actually used glass on purpose, because I do know that the bongos can be very stressy as well. So instead of like making an open fence, I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna have one glassy wall on that side. And after that, it was time to fill in the last area for the bongos itself. And I had to make sure, of course, that the bongos were not able to reach the water, because else they will be escaping through the station. Something I really wanted to avoid. Also because I don't want to close off the area around this station too much with like the elephant grass. We had to use elephant grass a lot throughout this whole zoo, and sometimes it can be just a little bit too much, and sometimes I had to add a little bit too much just because the animals were still able to escape. So that was kind of a pity, but I think in the end it still all looks and feels very natural in the end. But I really wanted to avoid that the station, when you approach it, that it would be very full with like a lot of elephant grass and stuff. So I really didn't want that. So make sure that the bongos are not able to reach the water, and you are good to go. So the bongo habitat is more raised, so the bongos are not able to reach the water, but still the habitat is low enough for our guests to look into the habitat from the boat ride. And I also made sure that we have some enrichment items more placed on the edges, so the guests will definitely get a good glimpse of the bongos in their habitat. So they divide the habitat a little bit with some tropical rocks in the middle of the habitat, so you would not really see the glass wall from the boat ride, because I feel like that is definitely going to ruin the experience with being in the boat ride itself. So that is why I made sure that there was like this, basically some kind of wall in between one and the other side in the bongo habitat. Other than that, the habitat is pretty plain with just some aquatic rocks and some trees and bushes that mostly fit the wishes of the bongo. I didn't go too crazy tropical or anything like that. I think the bongo was from Africa. I started out myself once I say this, but I just chose the biome and the trees from the bongo that the bongo really likes. So it looks maybe a little bit different than the other habitats, but I'm totally fine with that, to be honest.
So this last habitat really made me realize how much I would love to start a new tropical zoo, especially because of the station, which was just a very small thing to do actually. But I just really enjoy creating these tropical vibe, and especially if there are more structures involved, which wasn't really something we did too much at this safari boat ride. So yeah, I am really excited to start something new again in the future with this tropical theme and less nature, more building, and having this just good combination of both. And I'm actually not really sure if I will start this new zoo right away because we have probably a new DLC coming up at the end of this month or beginning of July. And yeah, I'm just not really sure if I want to wait for the announcement or when the DLC has dropped. Like maybe it will have some really nice building stuff in it that we could also use for this new zoo. So I'm not entirely sure about that just yet. But I do dare to say that I'm 99% sure that this is going to be a tropical zoo. Whether we start it before the announcement, after the announcement, or when this DLC will drop, we will be starting a new tropical zoo, a real zoo. So not something like Inama Zoo with a jeep or with this safari boat ride with a boat ride, but a real zoo. And we're going to start something tropical. I'm definitely going to do that, but when exactly, that is going to be the question. But yeah, this project really has been a fantastic experience. I really did enjoy creating this zoo, or aka boat ride. Please do let me know in the comments down below what was your favorite habitat during this series, and if you're excited for a new DLC that will hopefully be announced at the end of this month. My favorite habitat is really hard though. I was thinking like, okay, what would I answer if someone would ask me that question? And I was like, maybe the Capuchin monkey or the dingo or the hippo or the dwarf caiman or the flamingo. I was like, you know what? I really can't choose. I really enjoyed building all these habitats, and I really don't have a favorite. I think all the habitats have a special place in my heart. I mean, I built them myself. So yeah, I'm just curious, what is your favorite habitat that we built throughout this series? Do let me know in the comments down below, of course. And if I am excited about a new DLC, I'm definitely excited about a new DLC, especially if the rumors are true that this is going to be more of a pack with some new building stuff. I really am. I love the creative side of the game, but I also love new animals, of course, but I do really like the mixture of that. So the Southeast Asia Animal Pack was not entirely my thing. Like, I like the animals, but they're also not really my favorite animals, but it was just a good pack. But I really do enjoy having a pack with new pieces and some things that can trigger me and inspire me to do a lot more different things and a lot more other things in the game as well. So yeah, I'm just hoping for a good combination of new stuff together with some new animals, and hopefully they're gonna be super awesome animals. Like I said in the previous episode, there are some leaks out there. So it's probably going to be an African DLC. I'm not going to spoil the animals because I do know that a lot of people just want to stay surprised. So I'm not going to tell what kind of animals, but you're probably able to read it in the comments somewhere if you are really curious what kind of leaks there are. But I'm saying, like, it's not 100% guaranteed, but it's like 95% probably. I don't know. We have to wait and see about that, guys. But okay, we're wrapping this video up. Thank you guys so much for your incredible and amazing support throughout this series. Leave a like at the video if you guys enjoyed, and subscribe, of course, if you haven't already, and stay tuned for the Onride Safari Zoo Tour POV, whatever we're gonna call it. That is going to be up within now and a week or two. So stay tuned for that. And yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. And I really hope to see you guys all in the next one. Bye, guys. Hey guys, and thank you so much for tuning into my channel. My name is Lady Designer, and you're here with the final tour of our river safari adventure, aka safari boat ride. We have finally finished this whole zoo. Well, it's not really a zoo for those that are new to the channel or watching this video. Because of Steam, this is only built for the safari boat ride, for the POV of that, so it's not a complete zoo. There's nothing done backstage or anything. Habitats can be too small, etc, etc. It's all made for the POV of the boat ride itself. Just to clarify that, but you are free to download this one yourself, as I said, on Steam. You can find the link in the description down below, and please do not forget to rate it and leave a like at this video as well, of course. Really do appreciate that. So yeah, we have this really small area right over here. It's very busy. This is the lowest amount of guests. We have 500 guests right over here. We have one Bongo Habitat that can be seen for the guests as well from this section right over here, just to give them something to look at when they are waiting here for the queue line. But yeah, good thing to mention, the whole ride is just broken. So yeah, I don't really think that you can do anything with it except for like riding it, because it's on test mode, so you can go and ride the boat ride yourself. But that is basically it. I'm just not able to open this ride, unfortunately. So yeah, keep that in mind. But there is a boat riding around, and if you want to hop onto the boat, just click on the station and press edit button, so the boat will turn back into the station, and then you are able to go and ride the camera ride over here. So yeah, that is also what we are going to do right now. All these people are watching the Capuchin monkeys right over there, I guess. But yeah, without further talking, let's just jump into the boat ride. Leave a like at the video if you guys enjoyed. Subscribe, of course, if you haven't already. Enjoy this boat ride that we have been working on for months. And yeah, I just really hope to see you guys all in the next one. Bye, guys!